Hi guys, how is everybody? So you know me, I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna stream trials unless something's pissing me off. Well, I was watching A$AP Rocky the first day of trial and I got pretty pissed off. And it's not because I think it's an unusual case or, oh, a celebrity. We've got another situation where there's kind of, in my opinion, a suspicious key witness. There's also a lack of detailed police work. We had some questions about why didn't you get that surveillance footage from a few hours after the alleged incident took place? And the officer during the preliminary hearing said, well, we didn't think it was important. And I got to rewatch that. Classy Beats went back and watched a preliminary hearing. So I'm like, this is it. This is going to be yet another ridiculous case. And it's not ridiculous because it's a celebrity. It's not ridiculous because it's relating to someone that happens to be a music artist. I don't think that the YSL trial and the A$AP Rocky trials are that unusual. But what I think is shocking is when there's a trial with such a high-profile person involved, and you still have some lackadaisical police work, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. So good morning to everybody. Good morning. Good morning. See everybody tuning in early. Let me know in the chat if you guys already checked out day one. This stream was originally going to be a day one rewatch, but then Kathy Roussan posted that, hey, the court hearing today that was supposed to be dark, we're actually going to be able to stream it. So we're going to do a day two motions hearing, and depending on how time plays out, we'll go back and also watch day one. So if you're on replay crew, check the timestamps if you want to jump around. Hey to Asia, hey to Mystical, hey K-Tally Pit Love, good morning to Modi Ford, hey Tac Clouds, got to see you this weekend in the YouTube streets. FFS, good to see you. Hey to Jason Hodges, and I don't know where that guy Nick is, if he's here, but he's a big reason why we're actually going to be streaming this live. He's like, are you going to do the A$AP trial? And I was like, look, I really think the day that Relli, the key witness, testifies, I'm going to have to go live. I can't imagine myself not wanting to stream that. So we're going to get there. We're going to actually do the whole trial and get there. Crushing Heart on Max Shart. Max Shart's name lives on. Hey to Trey Keisha, good to see you. Hey Viral. Hey Steph. Yeah, what the F says, glad you're covering this, Cat. I was watching with Classy Beats, Millionaire Mel. Also, I'm not a lawyer, Mel, right? There's two Mels covering this. I think she's going to be in the courtroom today, so I don't know if she'll be streaming live or doing a recap later today. But I've been, like, in the different streams, like, screaming at my computer. So, good morning to Amanda. Hey to Cash Money Cass. And then, let's see, we got Brittany in here. We got Skillet Pan. Hey to Steph. Danielle Judge says this is why they hate the cameras. And, guys, let me be honest with you. You know, I thought that this might be an open and shut case. You know, everybody deserves a defense. I kept hearing they have him shooting somebody on video, right? And then this news of his plea deal comes out. They offer him this really good plea deal. It's like chump change compared to what he's facing, up to 24 years. He's got 2 felony charges of discharge of a firearm. I forget the exact charge by California statute. But it's 2 because they were able to recover 2 shell casings. So 1 per casing that they recovered. Now these shell casings, it was supposed to, this whole incident happened in a limited area, right? Like an alleyway. 1 alleyway. So when the police are canvassing this 1 alleyway, they're supposed to find whatever they find. Now the key witness, A$AP Relli, he's supposed to be the victim. And maybe he is. He claims that he went back to the scene later, a couple hours after it happened. And he goes and finds these shell casings that the police weren't able to find. So you've kind of got a catch-22, in my opinion. Both plausible scenarios are somewhat favorable to the defense. The police didn't find something, they have to canvass at 1 alleyway. They have to canvass 1 alleyway, and they don't find any of the shell casings, right? To me, that's problematic in isolation. Then you add another layer where the alleged victim goes and he finds the shell casings. He says he was shot 3 to 4 times. He finds 2 shell casings. Is it unheard of for somebody to go and do investigative work on their own when they need to show cops that something happened? No. You think of the Travis Rudolph case, and it's not the same. It's a little different. Travis Rudolph was the Florida case where former football player, ex-girlfriend Dominique, she's married, but she's upset that she thinks Travis Rudolph is talking to another guy. They get into a fight. She goes home and calls like her brother and their cousins and a group of 4 people. They pull up trying to talk some sense into Travis Rudolph. Lo and behold, Travis Rudolph's brother ends up chasing them of like a couple blocks or a block away, and they said that they feared for their life. They were found not guilty. I think it was a great verdict. But Travis Rudolph had to hire a private investigator to follow the route that the car would have driven to get away, to find and recover the firearm that they had. Because initially the police didn't believe Travis Rudolph's story that they had firearms. They came to our house with guns. They pulled their guns out on us, and we were in fear of our lives. So Travis Rudolph had to rely on a private investigator to find that for him. Now that's different because you're canvassing a much larger area. But here in the ASAP Rocky trial, you're dealing with an alleyway where this group of police officers in a nice neighborhood, like the chat was saying, the 911 call sounded gentrified, right? It was a nice lady like, oh, I'm hearing gunshots. You can imagine that probably a larger group than some other neighborhoods of police officers showed up trying to figure out where these shell casings were, and they didn't find it in this contained area. To me, that's positive for the defense. But then you've got the guy who we get this bombshell. He's looking for money from ASAP Rocky to not go to the police and tell the police that you shot me. He's the one that suddenly goes back and finds these casings. And we get this bombshell revelation from Joe Tacopina last week that the firearm that ASAP Rocky was actually carrying was a starter pistol. It's not a real pistol. It's basically a prop gun. It cannot fire. And I've got my concerns about carrying something like that. I get it. Maybe you consider it a deterrent. But at the same time, my personal opinion is if you're going to carry something that doesn't fire, you might be putting yourself in bigger risk of someone shooting back at you because they don't know that it's not a real gun. So I've got that's a separate rabbit hole. But there's just a lot here. There's a lot here, you guys. So, and Musa's saying there's no hearing today. Let's check for an update from Kathy. Oh, okay, so we're going to do a day 1 watch. We'll get to do day 1 and not have to do a loop-de-loop. Is that okay with you guys? So Kathy originally said we will have a motions hearing today. That was after on Friday the judge was like, no court Monday, we'll be back Tuesday for the jury. But then Kathy said we will get a feed. And then the court made a mistake in the information that was sent out. There is no motion hearing today. So everybody shout out Musa in the chat for the update here. That's cool. If you guys are okay with it, we'll just get into day 1. We'll go right into day 1 instead of jumping back and forth. So big shout out here to Musa and to Kathy. Let's see. Yeah, Brittany says that's what I heard too. But watching day 1, that was a lie. Yeah, the whole he's on video, it should be clear as day. And what's really bothering me is I go over on X, and if you guys don't know, I like to look at what people are saying. I like to look at the reactions to big news. And there are a significant amount of people, and some of their takes seem similarly worded, so maybe there's some astroturfing going on. I don't know. But a lot of the takes after day 1 are like, why, this is day 1, he should have taken the plea, he's on video clear as day. And I didn't really get that. That's what I heard and expected before the trial started. But after watching day 1, because during opening statements, the attorneys do show some of the video footage, that's not what I got from it. So it's interesting to see the reactions still seem to be echoing the sentiment before some of this footage was played in court. It's like these commentators, they're not actually watching day 1. So we're going to do a day 1 as soon as... Now, astroturfing in short, and the way I like to think of it is, so, okay, imagine there's an ice cream store that's been open, they're doing really well, and then another ice cream store wants to open. Think of like Mondo Burger in the movie Good Burger. Well, this new ice cream store wants to do some kind of malicious marketing to make it look like they have support and people like their ice cream better than the original ice cream place. Well, they could put out some fake posts on Facebook or Nextdoor. That's another app that's like local, neighborhood oriented. And they could write some fake posts like, wow, you know, I used to be a loyal customer over here, but I can't believe how good this new place is. I'm never going back to that other place. And because you have 2 or 3 posts that say that, even though they're not authentic, eventually other people see those posts. It spreads like word of mouth. And now people organically now begin trying this new ice cream place. And maybe they like it, maybe they don't. But it's kind of like a way to facilitate or propel a sentiment, a social sentiment, by planting someone to not authentically have an opinion of dislike or like for something, but you're just putting them there to sow the seeds for other people to start thinking about it and maybe volunteering their opinion, and eventually it can become organic. So that's a really simplified a marketing take on it. It's used a lot in politics as well. Heck yeah, I love the movie Good Burger. So we're gonna do, let's see, I have day 1 open. Now at day 1, we're gonna have a motions argument before the jury comes in. And then we're gonna get opening statements from both sides, and then we get 1 witness. We're gonna get 1 witness. It's about 5 hours long. There's a long lunch break in between, so you know, this won't be like a YSL Whitaker day where we're here from like 8 until 6. So we'll get through that. You guys may have seen, let me load this up. Poor replay crew. I'm going to be like, look at the timestamps to jump to the motions hearing. There's no motions hearing at all now. Let's see. Brand assets. How do I put this overlay in? Let's see if I did this right. And maybe it'll be really tiny and hard to read, but we'll fix it. All right, so in the bottom right corner, there's a box that says jury role play. Green is something that's good for defense. You can use the word green or any green emoji. Red is something that's bad for defense, or you can use the word red. So red emoji, the word red, to say, hey, something in court that just happened, that's bad for the defense. I thought it'd be really cool if, as casual as this is, right, we're not actually a true mirror jury, right? This is not a controlled environment, but as a quick way to gauge how significant something might be. Or even if one person changes their mind because of something that nobody else would think could impact the way a juror thinks. If we can use green as good for defense, red for bad for defense, and kind of do like a chat plays jury, I think that'd be really cool. So if you guys are into that sort of thing, feel free to participate. Again, not a very good controlled scientific environment. It's going to be a completely casual exercise. So as we're going through, obviously the jurors would not be able to hear this little bit of motions from the beginning of day 1, but they would be there as soon as opening statements start. But again, this is casual. Do what you want with it. And I got that idea from the show Bull. If you guys have ever seen the show Bull, they do trial science and they create a panel of a mirror jury pool, right? So they try to profile the jurors and find a matching person to play as a mock juror. And they gauge their sentiments and reactions in real time. And when their screen goes red, it's like, oh no, Bull, they're not liking that. And when they go green, they're like, yes, we got a juror with that one. So I thought we could mirror that with the chat. It'll be really cool. Get back over here to day 1. We're going to hit play. We're going to hit play. The sound isn't great, guys. The sound in this courtroom isn't great. And somebody's typing the whole time. It's not me. You can think it's me if you want. Let me know if you can hear volume-wise. I can't do much about the background noise in the court. I don't control it. So we'll get into that, and let's see. Black Butterfly says, what are we for this trial? We can't be the co-conspirators again. And that's the thing. We've got to be careful with the green hearts. Guys, if we see green hearts, we got to know if it's like part of our jury role play, or if it's just, you know, we've gotten used to using green hearts as a way of saying hello because of the YSL trial. I don't know, ASAP could have a lot of... I didn't know what ASAP stood for as far as how they use it as their branding and their music name. I just thought it meant like, I don't know. I don't know what I thought it meant. But we'll hear that in opening statements, so maybe that will inspire something. But you guys can leave suggestions in the chat. Great to see you, Black Butterfly. I know you're going to have great insights on this. And Chloe has a suggestion. Good to see you, Chloe. In reply to Black Butterfly, we are ASAP Cat Chat. You guys did show up right away as soon as I put this up. So, okay, wait, so they are live? Okay, I'm seeing that it's private. So, talk to me, I talk back. Hey, we're talking. So Kathy Roussan from Law and Crime thought that they were going to have a feed because the court sent out information that they were going to allow cameras today. And then Kathy posted that, nope, never mind, that was not correct information. So, unless they, I don't know, did they like make a new stream? No, this is day one.
It's not irrelevant, it's not 3 2. All right.
This is day one. So we'll get started with day one, guys. If there is a hearing today, we'll get to that too. We'll make it work. Maybe Court TV has it. Or is it Law and Crime, their regular channel? Yeah, so as far as what they have live right now, they've got these 2 other trials, and then they've deleted their other video. Let's see. Yeah, and the last thing from Kathy is still that it's a mistake, there's no motion hearing. Let's snipe Classy for a second. Classy might be doing a replay. Yeah, I think this is day one. This is rewatching day one that Classy's got going on. So, both doing rewatches of day one here. There we go. So we'll get into it. And again, so Classy's doing a day one rewatch as well. If there does happen to be some magical like live stream that just pops back up from Law and Crime, even though Kathy said, never mind, no motion hearing today, we'll watch that too, guys, don't worry. So, yeah, and that's what I remember, Slime Rose, that they might go dark on Monday, so there we go. Let me know on the volume on this, guys, as far as if you can hear it at all. We'll get closed captions going. Move this up. And remember, I'll put a banner up. Day one rewatch. This is motion arguments before the jury's brought in.
In January 2024, there was a comparison test, and I want to be clear what we're talking about. There were 2 expended cases that were found at the crime scene by the victim of the case.
So 2 casings.
What was the date that the expended casings were turned into the police?
The day of the incident.
It would have been 2 days later.
In other words, back at the time, it happened in 2021.
All right, so the incident occurred on November 6th, so it would have been around November 8th?
Yeah.
All right.
So the first event, there's work done on the casing, unbeknownst to co-counsel, myself, obviously, I was on my own case. They ended up doing a further examination of the casing. That examination revealed that, in fact, the 2 casings are consistent with having been fired, the 9mm casings, from certain 9mm handguns. There are some markings on the casings that are somewhat unique, and they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So,
Hold on.
yeah.
Did the report say that the casings could only have been fired from the Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the expended casings could come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B,
Those are the casings.
Each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides or a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model SS.
Wait, slow down, the court reporter needs to take it.
Sure. Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SS8, and Glock Model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that, in fact, oftentimes and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been recorded, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who...
All right, so now what's going on is this is right before opening statements is supposed to start, but the the prosecutors want to introduce this new information. Hey, we tested these shell casings on the eve of trial, and they're coming back as something that would be very consistent with one of the firearms that we believe that ASAP Rocky would have had access to back in November. And I think it was, November 2022? So it's been some time since this has all been playing out. Now, what's the problem with all of this? We just also heard the judge asking these clarifying questions because the feed started mid-argument. But the judge asked these clarifying questions. So wait, the police end up getting these shell casings 2 days after the shooting. And the victim says he found them an hour after the shooting, right? He went back to the scene himself 1 hour after the shooting took place. Waits 2 days to bring them to the police. Now, there's going to be a lot of stuff that comes out through opening statements, which isn't really evidence, but it's supposed to be the roadmap of what evidence we plan to show. Pay attention to that time frame, right? What do the cops do with surveillance footage from around that hour after the shooting time frame? They don't collect it. And then what happens between Terrell, Ephraim, ASAP Relli, this whole shooting, and this time period where he actually brings the shell casings to the police 2 days later. Then we're hearing now that even though the shell casings got to the police 2 days later, they're doing new ballistics and suddenly finding some super important consistency with a Glock that could have matched something that ASAP Rocky had on the eve of trial. So they've had the casings since 2 days after because Relli brought them to them. But we suddenly do this last minute testing. All in the same time period where we're offering a very, very nice plea deal. Right? Isn't this just crazy? This is just crazy. Just crazy.
This ballistic comparison.
The examiner's first name is going to be F-I-D-A-L, last name B-I-R-A-I-M-A-H. B-I-R-A-I-M-A-H. So the way this came about was we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at that report. This report we're talking about. In the attachment. Flores?
From every side?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails. We don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send out the report. I want to be clear. The report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turned over the report, RHD has no motivation either. What's very clear is that they believe they have turned it over, and they did.
What time did Mr. Flores bring this to either your attention or Mr. Flores?
Yesterday afternoon, you want the exact time?
Approximately.
It was yesterday afternoon. We were in court. We went back to the office after court yesterday, and that's where we went back and looked to see, do we have this discovery?
So something after 4:30 p.m.?
The email is timestamped 3:18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially received but not gone through yet until I could get back over to my desk.
You conveyed this to the defense when?
We sent it to them at 5:21.
So about 40 minutes later, thereabouts?
Because the first thing we had to do was, we had to go back and see, or have we already turned this over? So we not only emailed it, we called them. We explained the situation. The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the corresponding that they violated the court discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So at this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went to mill and I got the case. I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not going to go any further other than to tell the court. I read the case. I then sent an email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to counsel and I sent it to the court.
All right. Just one last factor on it, which is I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis.
Oh, that's me breaking the stream because I tried to update the thumbnail. Come on.
So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So we had to call this morning at around 6, and they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many pages is this?
The report is 1
The
page.
report itself is
It's
1 page.
1 page. How many pages are there total of all the police reports, all of the discovery of this case? How many pages?
Regarding this one,
Regarding the total number of,
regarding this one.
No,
no, the total number of pages involving this case and this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages. I mean, to be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports and things that we received.
All right, I understand now the sequence of events. All right, who wants to speak to the events?
I think, I'll start. Maybe Mr. Zizzo might leave something out. We
This is
had
Joe
we spent
Tacopina.
literally the night before, about 5 hours.
Okay. Speak slowly. The court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before opening dealing with this, we this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report. He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 of them here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning. And I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention from the district attorney's office until after the jury was impaneled the night of the opening statements. I mean, something that they now say is such a crucial piece of evidence. We have an issue now with the jury. Obviously, the jury panel may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. Then we assured them yesterday we have a fair trial. You're going to have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer. You know that, I'm not going to rehash that. We're here. We're ready to vote today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question, because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again, or strike jurors and reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, we'll continue if it's appropriate. We pick the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, to render fair and effective representation here, as you all assured Mr. Mayor we have, in the midst of the trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab, with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first. Hope he's available. The trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they cite like some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean.
So, just for some context here, essentially what he's asking for is, it's so ridiculous that they're submitting this so late on the eve of trial. It's supposed to be a 3-week trial. You know, I get that typically we would have the opportunity to present our own expert witness to debunk this ballistics consistency. That's supposed to show that it's consistent with some gun that ASAP Rocky may have had possession of a similar type of gun. But trial starting today, we're about to bring the jury in. So we would need to find an expert, let them do their testing. The state took a week to get their lab results done, and they have the resources to go in and out like a revolving door to test whatever they want whenever they want, even though they chose to test it like a year and change later, right? So he's arguing for the time factor here. Will give us time to get our own expert witness, and I believe he's also going to argue for some form of sanctions where ASAP Rocky shouldn't have to pay for this last minute because it was a surprise from the prosecution. So
There's so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I mean,
All right, so what do you think?
what am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid out, I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either break this whole panel. We need to get this. We got to start again. What I'm asking for is you conclude this. This is after the jurors panel. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work. That took them, their own department, we can do. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't open if this is coming in, because I have to be able to address it. I don't even understand it. And it's we got ongoing report, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting this to be concluded. It's after the jury's panel here. You know, Seals pointed out, you know, there's also a balancing argument under 352, you know, which I think is also something that's relevant here, including not limited to, but you know, we have this whole, I don't even know what to say here, Your Honor. I really don't. I want to make sure we get a fair trial. He's here, we're ready to go. We all sure we get a fair trial, and this is, I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late breaking disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have.
now you caught that late witness disclosure last night from the prosecution, trial day 1 today. I mean, we're rewatching from Friday, but in real time, contemporaneously. That's the slick, what he just spilled out there. All the other Brady violations, I'm not going to make a big deal about that, like this witness name being dropped on us last night.
Issue to that. That's fine. I will not admit an issue of it anymore. You've already moved on that. Period, end of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so. That this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset.
I've never been this upset. That reminds me of a certain attorney from the YSL trial.
In the courtroom. In my whole career, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney, I gotta be honest with you. This is not right. It's not fair to him.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, do you want to?
The only thing I wanted to say,
I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tacopino said. You want to add something new?
no, but you're welcome to it. I want to add something new, so I dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics included are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons that Peter said. So I'm just adding an additional factor.
All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out both sides and you're not really defensive. Like it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. He doesn't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. No, I didn't say it's inculpatory, he can say it. What he said was it's a balancing test, because it says including but not limited to. All that simply means is, not that it's not inculpatory, not that, we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms does not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Young.
I want to take things one step at a time. Counsel brought up a made comparison to what has happened thus far.
Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just to please be patient, and we're going to come in.
All right, there's another flashback there. Can you just go tell the jurors we're dealing with some logistical matters?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry about the delay.
As the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Homicide's Division or the DA's office would in any way not turn this over. It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. So again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Tacopina says, client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, he says, hey, it doesn't really matter because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Tacopina suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke to him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you had it, which is correct, and the record would support it. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware of it, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered it.
I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with. I understand about the 2 defense witnesses. We've covered that. Just deal with the present issue.
So, what counsel did is, he cited
I like
last
the
night in
judge.
the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 cal at 5th at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent an email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident. The investigation had been done by the MATE team, and they had determined that, in fact, it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecution because that was the theory of their case. Apparently, the head of the MATE team started redoing a separate investigation, which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very least, and as the Court of Appeals said, the prosecutor was given information that, in fact, the MATE lead detective now had a new opinion, contradicting the prior opinion, that in fact, in actuality, it was caused by alcohol and not by speed. Instead of turning this over to the defense, the prosecutor literally had the witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over the fence and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that you're going to be testifying to. The defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for a mistrial. They asked for a continuance. They were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware, and under the statute, is the last option a court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, Judge, you had a chance to do less remedy. You didn't do it. The jury ended up convicting, and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, then in essence the record didn't support it, meaning that there was misconduct that the prosecutor did. The prosecutor decided, for a tactical advantage, that he was not going to turn it over. He then did it while the witness was on the stand. He then opposed any continuous
Look
point
at
of
Joe. What is
Here's
he
what we
doing?
have. We have evidence, which it is inculpatory. It's inculpatory because the defendant is found at his location, at his house. There is a 9mm magazine for a Glock 43, and there's no Glock 43 to go with it. So it's just a magazine. We already knew that the defendant had the Glock 43 magazine, and we knew that these were 9mm casings. The difference now is that there's going to be evidence that suggests that a Glock 43 is more likely to have put the marks on the expanded casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the lab this morning. First, what we are proposing is that we will not mention this evidence in this case in opening. We will wait and see how the case develops. As the court is aware, and the court is aware of this from the discovery of the witnesses that we got the day before we started trial. The defense is now claiming not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out. If the defense ends up being that, in fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager, that in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun, then although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instruction, because as the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not, to have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over.
So they're trying to pass the buck and say, hey, it's not a late discovery issue because this witness came to us last minute, or all of this stuff relating to the ballistics. We didn't get that until this week either. So it was late to us. We turned it over as soon as we got it. So I don't know. If you ask me, if you wait till the last minute to do some type of ballistics testing or interview somebody, and it's timing with the same point in time where you offer a really sweet plea deal, I don't know. It's got my eyebrows raised.
No reason why we wouldn't turn it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of His Honor for going on 30 years. As soon as we found this evidence, we contacted the court, we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically what they did in this case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine it and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate in what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day. This is what we would propose. We would propose that at this point in time, we will not mention this in opening statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that this is evidence that is going to be important, we will ask to admit that evidence later on in the trial. In the meantime, we will make arrangements for counsel, and they can hire any qualified firearms expert. I want to distinguish between Hughes and this case. Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died.
Here comes Chloe. I know Chloe's got a comment.
An extremely complex investigation. This is very minor and simple ballistics interpretation. So we will make it available. We already have sent our investigators to recover the evidence. I don't know if they already have it. We believe they already have the evidence. They have it with them. And we will get it to the defense. This is related to the other issues, so I just want to make sure that this is clear. Counsel seems to be under the impression that the court has now changed its ruling and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously, on the record, yes, Mr. Lewis.
So this to me is just so hypocritical. They're whining. They are whining that they want to be able to adjust their opening statement and make the comment to the jury So the jury has this, they're trying to get ahead of the starter pistol defense. They know the defense is now going to rely on this. They just found out within the last couple days. And the defense doesn't need to disclose their strategy way in advance. They don't need to do that. It's not the same type of burden that the prosecution has to disclose discovery evidence over to the defense. They want to be able to set the stage during their opening statement and go, oh, those sneaky defendants and their attorneys, they didn't even let us know that they were going to say that the firearm that was in ASAP Rocky's hands on the night of the shooting was simply a starter pistol. They withheld that from us. And they want to be able to say this in their opening statement. That way they're anchoring the jury down to think that the defense is deceptive. Right? I don't know. To me, that seems to teeter on the line of implying that the defense has the burden to turn and disclose the stuff over when they do not have that burden. But
you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yesterday, yeah,
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So you're not, but I'm correct. The court's original ruling was...
Yeah, that's right. Originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up.
Okay.
But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement. So I don't want you touching it.
Okay.
Go on with the present issue about the ballistic.
So where we sit right now is that counsel is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that...
And guys, for our listeners in the chat that aren't looking at the screen, I think it's important that you know that Judge Mark Arnold, his name placard is a wood carving. I think that's pretty cool. Like, his name is like burned into the wood, etched into the wood.
This evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear that the defense is not happy with this jury. They've made it clear...
Oh, hold on.
No, don't interrupt. He didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt him.
It is very clear by the comments the defense has made in court, where they have repeatedly said that their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury, the fact that they have filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up, leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways. As the court mentioned before, I ever pointed out, they're arguing, if you let this in, Judge, my client can't get a fair trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter? Again, my position would be the second argument is inaccurate. It is evidence that is helpful to our case. It doesn't prove the case by itself, but it is definitely helpful. It is not irrelevant. It's not related to.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
Right, please.
No, you can't.
I can't respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has no That has no bearing on any decision I'm going to make.
There's a record, though. There was a record. Okay,
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury. Mr. Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but that's not, I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied that with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury. All right, here's the way I want to deal with the latest, recently finding out about this ballistic report.
All right, so here's the decision.
Everybody at the table, all counsel, to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody. If this late report involved, all of a sudden that it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot ASAP Relli, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered, that could be ballistically compared to the casings, and that just became discoverable or became disclosed, I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client. So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts. My star judicial assistant over there, Alex, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire, contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Tacopina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct. The evidence is relevant. It's not a smoking gun, but it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue for now. Are both sides ready for the jury to commit? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
That was a question.
So,
Yeah, do not mention that.
Your Honor, what I
Loud
wasn't
and clear.
mentioning was that the cartridges found at scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm
All right.
and had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, bring the jury.
To bring the jury, and I'll put the list for the...
Oh, yeah, do you want that to Ms. Kaplan, to let the list of the firearms examiners?
I could also email it out to the press.
Just print it. Yes, sir.
All right, so that was about 34 minutes, and again, the stream did start mid-argument, but they got through several issues here pretty quickly. Judge is not playing games. He said, don't mention it, don't mention it. So again, they can talk about what they recovered as far as the casings and any firearms, but they're not supposed to in opening statements. The prosecution's not supposed to go up there and say, and the evidence will show. We have a ballistics report that will show that the Glock 43 we recovered from what could have been in Rocky's possession is consistent with the shell casings we recovered from the scene. They're not supposed to say that in opening. So this judge is not playing games. He's running an efficient calendar. And he said, all right, defense, I agree. Let's get you an expert. If you want to expedite this, here's, you can use the Superior Court's list of those who've been qualified as expert witnesses on firearms and ballistic testing. And we'll go dark on Monday for you to get that done. So move it along. Move it along. Which, for what it's worth, I appreciate, because I'm sure ASAP Rocky wants to get this over with. He hasn't been in custody, but he has to show up. The coverage is at its height. Let's see. Let's jump here. It looks like they come back like right about here. So prosecution's going to go first. And I also heard from the Justice Served podcast, let me get their link real quick, that the way they seat juries, I don't know if it's just this district, or if it's like statewide in California, but they actually start, instead of starting with a pool and doing voir dire to like narrow down and seat a jury, they actually start with 12 and you have to strike a jury and then bring in a juror to replace the person. So if you're wondering, like, the jury makeup, I think they got this jury makeup because of that type of seating process. Let's see. Justice served. And they've also had Doug Weinstein and Ashley Merchant on their show recently, if you guys want to check that out. I will be linking to their ASAP Rocky video. Let's see. But I think you guys, they cover a ton of topics, so make sure you subscribe over there. I think you guys will enjoy it. And you'll see a ton of familiar faces in the chat as well, so make sure you say hey when we're hanging out over there. And let's get into the prosecution's argument.
Opening statements. If you're inclined to be a note taker, it's not necessary to take notes during the opening statement, because the opening statement is not evidence. The opening statement is what the attorneys believe the evidence will show. Whether the evidence in fact shows what they believe, well, we'll all know that at the end of the case. Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr.
Shout out to ABE in the chat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention, and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot.
So video, watch the screen, guys. We've got video
now
on screen.
I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner.
Oh, let me move.
All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood.
Okay, it's a demonstrative picture. Look at the cars, look at the vehicles. When was this picture taken? This does not look like anything past the 2010s. That
intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block.
Oh, and by the way, we can start our jury role play. So if you hear something that you think is good, helpful for the defense's case, anything green, or say the word green if you're on a device, it's annoying to use emojis. Anything red moves the needle in favor of the prosecution. It's something that hurts the defense case. So green, you think something makes you lean towards the defendant. Red makes you lean away from an acquittal. We can role play as the jury here.
North of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, on Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place.
Now, I'm sorry to be such a Posy McPoserton, but ooh, look at this nice neighborhood. We want this neighborhood to be safe, right? The iconic Hollywood and Vine. And then he goes, well, that's not where the shooting took place. We're actually over here.
Is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars. And it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun, and he shot, and I think the guy who shot was blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakeem Myers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name A$AP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Myers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the A$AP Collective, and he went by the nickname A$AP Relli. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case, and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Myers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called A$AP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of A$AP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Myers, the victim, but also the 2 friends that were with Mr. Myers at the time this happened. And they go by A$AP Ills and A$AP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name A$AP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left.
Okay, maybe the law and crime banner is just covering this, but this is kind of a confusing way to make a slide. So some advice. I'm not a graphics designer, but I'm just someone that can see how demonstratives and presentations can be interpreted the wrong way. I mean, you've got these two columns of text, Jamel Phillips, ASAP 12E, and then Rakeem Myers, all these nicknames here. Someone could look at this and think that these nicknames are attributable to the picture on the right, but okay.
As I said, ASAP 12E, his
the chat
his
collective,
given name
guys.
is Jamel
The
Phillips,
cat collective.
and the last is Elijah Ulaner, who goes by ASAP Hills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday
you're crazy.
night, that Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting,
Ooh, I like the
Sunday,
moonlighting.
November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point,
Joe in
you
the
will
back
hear
again.
that throughout their relationship there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021.
Okay, now, for what it's worth, I appreciate, and I don't know if he realizes this. Maybe he doesn't realize it. But the prosecution is laying out a lot here that is going to help the defense's theory of what went down that night. There was a lot of tension. And ASAP Rocky happened to already be in this specific location because he had an event to attend to. Pay attention to where Relli was on that night and how he got where he ultimately ended up while there was this ongoing tension. This stuff really is helpful to the defense, in my opinion.
You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone, so Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. You can hear Mr. Mayers and you can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet. This location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this,
The prosecution wants the jury to know how close this big, bad, scary shooting is to Hollywood and Vine. Like, it's such a find guilty for the community safety aspect.
map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar, but it kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma. So Hollywood Boulevard would be here at. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the 2 of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12B putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers.
Now, heard that characterization? The second person who is instantly confrontational with. But we weren't able to see the part of the screen where they actually first make contact. So I think that was a slick characterization there by the prosecution, but it could land. It could land.
You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone who didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it.
Interesting argument for the prosecution to make when the characterization has been Rocky's clearly the aggressor, Rocky's clearly the aggressor. And again, guys, the jury could follow along with this characterization. If you're ever in a situation where you're in a fight and you swear that someone came at you, you only acted defensively. A prosecution, if they decide to charge you for your role in that, as if you were the aggressor, they're going to argue your self-defense was actually aggression. You were the initiator of the conflict. You were the one that was on the offensive. And the jury could follow what the prosecution's putting down. So watching this stuff play out is really important because sometimes it doesn't matter what actually happened. It just matters who can make the more convincing argument and what the jury is going to stick themselves to. But, you know, mentioning that the victim wasn't in fear, knew Rocky wouldn't actually shoot him, could that be because he knew Rocky was carrying a starter gun? You know, these types of things that the prosecution is including, and again, I'm not sure if he's including it to be fair, or if he's including it because he doesn't realize it's not helpful to his argument, but saying that the alleged victim wasn't afraid and knew Rocky wasn't a threat, a true threat, even if he was saying things like, I'm gonna kill you, doesn't really make sense, especially since it seems like he's about to tell us that the confrontation continued for blocks and blocks and blocks. So I don't know. Also, big shout out here. We've got Shannon became green again. Thanks for becoming a member again. It is great to see you. And also, happy Monday, KNW and gang. So nice to see everyone. Missed you all. Got to get a new name for the case. Now, ASAP is a collective, not a gang. So I think we're going with the Cat Collective or the Chat Collective for the duration of this ASAP Rocky trial to fit the theme. We'll do some new branding just for this trial. We'll keep it going. We should do a theme for every trial that we cover here. But good to see you, Shannon. Also, Chloe Alberts Revenge said the operative question not asked here. Speaking of this starter gun, this prop gun, this gun that supposedly can't actually fire. Was this a regular prop gun? Or was it an Alec Baldwin prop gun? So, yeah, great question, right? Great question. And again, rules of gun safety, even if it's a prop, you know, gotta practice carrying things safely, because crazy things can happen. Again, if he thought it was a real gun, or if he thought that ASAP Rocky really was going to shoot him, that could flip the justification in an instant if Relli had decided, I'm going to pull a gun out and shoot ASAP Rocky instead, right? Self-defense can switch in an instant. So whether it's a starter gun or not, if the other person doesn't know what you're pulling out and brandishing, they could reasonably be in fear of their lives and could make an argument for justification in court later on. So very, very complicated. My non-legal advice, just layperson advice. If you can avoid a confrontation like this entirely, your best bet is to just avoid it, because you never know how quickly things can go south. I've got another comment from Chloe. We're going to wait until we get the pictures, the Relli pictures, but it's a good one. The ASAP cat chat is good too. I do like this a lot. Whew.
That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back in the frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as it's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And
Now, if it's 3-1 and somebody wanted to be on the offensive, who would most likely, just using common sense, who would be in the advantage? Who would have the advantage of being on the offensive when it's 3-1 and at least one person's armed with at least a knife and maybe or maybe not a firearm of some sort? But yet, the prosecution's telling us they walked away. They were walking away. They left the confrontation.
Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed, and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship, and he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him.
Okay, I feel like Joe Tacopino right now, because this is happening in a public place. This is happening on a street. This is not happening inside a dwelling. So there is no duty, like there is no exception. There's no Castle doctrine in play. Is California? Yeah, California has Castle doctrine. So if this was in Relli's home, he would not have a duty to retreat. But this is a public place, right? So this Castle doctrine doesn't apply. So now we're hearing from the prosecution argue that Relli's the one that decided, you know what? I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to pursue the three people that just left. What? This seems like it should be the other way around. The defendant... What? So, you know what? Let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. what he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long, and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left, and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m. when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it that kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Ephraim.
Okay, what direction does it look like they're walking, right? We're talking about pixels here, but according to the prosecution, this is ASAP Rocky by this red arrow, and this is ASAP Relli back here. They're supposed to have followed this pathway down Selma and turned onto this street when they got to the intersection. So logic would tell you who's ahead of the other person. So again, to me, they just look like blobs. But who's doing the pursuit?
Okay. Now what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro.
Running away.
He trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills, and then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio.
Oh boy, here we go.
Now, as we play the zoomed-in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with Ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle.
All right, so if you're listening, this is important to see. You will see a little bit of like injury. It's the knuckle picture, Relli's knuckle scrapes. Now, who was slipping and sliding, right? On one hand, I think you guys have already said it in the chat, this could be from offensive wounds, this could be from falling on the asphalt. But the problem is we do have a 911 caller that's saying she thinks she observed some type of shooting, right? We also have this audio that they overlaid from one camera, supposedly matched it in time with the video footage that we were looking at to capture the sounds of what could be 2 rounds being fired. There could be other explanations. You guys are saying it could have been 2 cars impacting each other. I said I had a theory. Now, I'm sure we'll get some type of wound expert witness, but unless you're just crazy, why would you pursue someone that you just saw had a pocket knife out, and you're also going to say had some type of firearm out, ready to shoot at you, but you knew he wouldn't actually shoot at you? My gut feeling is you'd only be so bold to confront someone and follow after them blocks away if you also had a firearm. Now, people, when they're trying to unholster, if you're even using a holster, maybe you're using your pocket, in the heat of a moment, in the heat of a panic, we see that was a scuffle. What if Relli was trying to pull out his own firearm and shot downward? Right? Because someone in a fight, I don't know how he's making his fists, but someone in a fight, to me, doesn't line up my 3 knuckles to get grazed by a bullet, even if, like, the stars aligned. My knuckles aren't lined up to get grazed straight across when I'm doing, like, fighting motions with my hands. But if I'm pressing down on my pocket to try to put tension to pull a gun out, and I accidentally graze straight down, I don't know, that might explain something. So I have a theory, and you've got to have some type of understanding that the jury, there will be evidence in front of the jury that shots were fired. Whether that noise is from shots or not, it's enough credible evidence that the jury could conclude that that's the sound consistent with 2 rounds being fired. I don't know. Just looking at the way these graze marks are aligned on the knuckles, to me would be consistent with someone's hand being pressed flat as if to put tension against a pants pocket or where a holster might be and shooting down. So the other explanation would be you fell and you scraped your knuckles, right? But we still have to explain the noises, right? We still have to have an explanation, right? The jury's going to want to know, well, somebody had to have fired if they don't have a reason to say, well, that noise could have been from something else. Or, yeah, somebody else could have fired, but it could have been any of the 3 other individuals and not ASAP Rocky, right? So just thinking if I was in the juror's shoes, Personally, this knuckle picture moves me towards the green. I think this is better for the defense, right? But other people might say there's injuries, there are shots fired. The prosecution's telling us that it was without a doubt ASAP Rocky that fired those shots, and a juror could just anchor there, and that juror could be all the way red, right? So, this is what I wanted to hold off until. So Chloe, I love Chloe. Chloe says, my theory is he got in an aggressive fist fight with a roll of Charmin. Now, I don't know if that's just an American brand, but guys, Charmin is a brand of toilet paper, and they're known for being like fluffy and soft. If you're getting rashes or like scraping your skin because you're using dry, itchy toilet paper, you're supposed to switch to Charmin. They're known for being soft, delicate, gentle, fluffy. So Chloe says ASAP Relli got in an aggressive fistfight with a roll of this gentle toilet paper and thought he'd get a payday. Charmin turned him down, so Rocky was plan B. So I was waiting for this knuckle injury. That's supposed to be the results, what's resulting from ASAP Rocky firing and allegedly hitting him with these rounds, these 2 rounds. So what do you think? Stacy Zivit, good to see you. Love the seal as your profile picture. Good afternoon, Kat and the chat. Good to have you here. Touche says, morning all. Happy to be catching up on this case with Kat and the KNW chat. We're a collective for the next 3 weeks. I've been engrossed in the Natalie Cochran husband poisoning trial. That was interesting. I only watched, I think they're on day 7, and I only got to watch about day 3, maybe it was day 4. And I was like, oh, whatever, this is crazy. I think the defense attorney is giving a good, plausible explanation that would exonerate Natalie Cochran. Potentially exposure to black mold could have caused the same type of symptoms that he was already previously hospitalized for. And then on the day he died, it could have been from similar exposure to black mold once again. The theory of the prosecution in that case is, what was it, like overdosing with like insulin medication, that Natalie was trying to, like, under the radar use like high amounts of insulin so her husband would die and she wouldn't be a suspect. So that's a very interesting case as well. Law and Crime has been streaming that if you guys want to check that out. Very, very interesting. And yeah, I got to catch up on that. Good to see you, Touche. Stacy Zivit says, camera resolution sponsored by Etch-a-Sketch. That's the thing. That's the thing. And Chloe made some comments earlier, you know, the way people can look at videos and see 2 totally different things. And I'm sure we're having that in the chat, and that's great, right? I think it's important to have this discussion. We need to be nice to each other in the chat, right? Just because we can see things or offer different explanations for what we're seeing on a video, we should have appreciation for those different perspectives, because that is incredibly powerful insight in understanding how trials play out, how juries look at trial footage. Again, with the YSL trial, even though the chat largely followed Max Shart on what was going on in that video footage we had of the Shamel drink shooting, there was still a juror that didn't buy that. There was juror 409, right? And there could be times where, you know, if someone doesn't put the idea out there, you might not even see something to begin with. So always appreciate the chat, even when we, you know, might seem like we're disagreeing for a productive purpose. Let's see here. Yeah, we're going to get some more context here about, you know, Relli, how he reacted to this whole scenario. We're gonna get into some of this. It's gonna be a time. And thank you so much, Chloe. Chloe also says they actually remind me of John O'Keefe's injuries. Maybe he was hit by Alexis. I was laughing earlier when they started talking about the expert that the prosecution used here in the ASAP Rocky trial. He's an accredited expert witness that specializes in accident reconstruction, and the judge made a comment about this being relatively simple ballistics reporting that they did the week-long testing on. I was like, oh gosh, that's reminding me of the Karen Reed trial. Because just because somebody's a accident reconstruction expert doesn't really mean they're that good with physics and space and things, right? So, but yeah. Yeah, I agree. Sheriff Chuck says we all can agree we can't see anything in the videos. And another big case that came down to, I would say, prosecution and defense going to war over pixelated videos was the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. And if you heard about that trial in the media and then were shocked by the verdict, I mean, you did have a bombshell testimony from one of the alleged victims saying they were the one that drew their firearm on Kyle Rittenhouse first. And then this video that was supposed to show it all go down, you know, they were zooming all the way in, trying to show pixels and attributing things to a muzzle flash. And the defense in response argued, do you really see that in these videos? So another instance where, according to the news, the video was cut and dry, clear as day. The storyline was cut and dry, clear as day. And then the verdict comes out and people were confused because there was a disconnect from what the media reported. So really the major takeaway in a lot of these trials is video evidence, no matter what's going on screen, sometimes video evidence isn't conclusive. A lot of the times it's not conclusive. We've got people that can see things differently, and also the technology we use to try to present things like video footage, not that reliable. Or prosecution, for example, they're using a compilation here, right? So we're seeing them combine multiple pieces of video surveillance plus the audio overlay. That's a compilation, right? In a way, that's altering the media itself to put it together in a way that you think will tell the story better for the jury. But that means you're telling a story. You're adding a layer of interpretation to it before you present it to the jury for them to interpret on their own, right? So there's all these different layers. It's not as simple as video is the absolute 100% infallible truth of what happened. So, but yeah. I think I'm missing something. Solo Dove says he wants the money to keep up with his mani-pedi addiction. Oh boy. Well, let's get back into it and see what the prosecution does with this photo evidence.
Knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case. We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision, and to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12B, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call, and as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, And the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch a camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all four of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime, who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call would be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus. Trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries, they didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of the shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. And this is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police.
Now, again, this is a prosecutor's opening statements, which, he's just relaying a storyline, a roadmap for the jury to follow. But he's presenting a photo that was turned over by ASAP Relli, Mr. Terrell Ephraim, the alleged victim. Police, this is the time frame, you guys. Shootings at like 10:18 p.m. Cops respond, they search, they clear the area, and then an hour and a half from the time that the shooting took place, Relli says he goes back with his girlfriend to look at this alleyway to find the shell casings. Now, this isn't in a nook and cranny, right? He's supposed to be turning this photo over. Hey, I took a photo before I picked it up. This isn't in a nook and cranny. This isn't in a crevice. This isn't rolled under some piece of garbage. It's just laying on the asphalt. So either the police suck or it wasn't there. And both could be possible, right?
2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you will also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You tried killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayer's response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is he talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what.
This is true. This is true. The financial consideration, that's a separate action, right? That's a civil action. And, I remember hearing, the news come across that it was Camille Vasquez, the attorney that represented Johnny Depp in the Fairfax, Virginia case against Amber Heard. She's representing A$AP Relli in a defamation lawsuit that he's bringing against A$AP Rocky and Joe Tacopina, because Joe Tacopina, as an attorney for A$AP Rocky, made statements that A$AP Relli was lying and that A$AP Rocky didn't shoot at him. Interesting, right? Because Camille Vasquez is now making the legal argument that A$AP Rocky is liable for things that his attorney says. Meanwhile, in defense of their client in a criminal action. But she previously defended Johnny Depp against the claim, a counterclaim filed by Amber Heard, where Amber Heard wanted to hold Johnny Depp liable for things that his attorney Adam Waldman said, right? So Camille Vasquez is switching her position in taking on A$AP Relli as a client. So a little bit interesting there. I haven't seen any motion with that, but that could be because they're waiting for the criminal action to play out. And even though the prosecution here is saying, you guys aren't tasked with worrying about the money, you're not supposed to consider that. That's true in a bubble. But what happens when a conviction comes down in the criminal world? Oftentimes, a civil suit, rightfully so or not rightfully so, whatever, will be brought, and it will leverage a verdict in a criminal court as part of the civil claim, right? A jury already factually found that this occurred on this date, and we're seeking monetary damages, blah, 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 blah. So the prosecution's saying, yes, it's not your decision to make, but he's also acting like it's irrelevant. Not so much.
You're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayer's home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayer's bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayer's home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call Twelby, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door. And wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision, listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take a break now. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We'll have you come in, and you will hear from Mr. Tacopino. Are you going to do the... All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case, and please don't look at any newspapers. You've got to keep that open and impartial.
All right, so that is the end of the prosecution's argument. I think a lot of questions up in the air, and some of those questions will start to be answered, I think, by the defense's opening statement. It's going to be interesting to hear it back and forth. Now, also, Pretty Eyes, thanks for the update. Pretty Eyes said that defense is going to mention that he lost that suit, and that's interesting. I tried to find news on it and didn't really see an update since there was some articles that went around announcing that Camille Vasquez had filed this case. But I would imagine, law firms have PR. Law firms have PR. So they could have done some work to get that news out that they were taking on a case involving another celebrity. That time they would be the defendant in a civil action, and they're representing the plaintiff. Maybe they didn't do the PR push to talk about how they lost the case. So when I looked the other day, I didn't really see an update. And isn't that always the thing, right? The initial story is always bigger than the ultimate result. So, and let's see. Okay, just for the first civil, so not the defamation one. Yeah, I would imagine the defamation case is they're waiting to see what the jury finds, right? Because if the jury, as fact finders, finds that, A$AP Rocky is guilty of these 2 felony aggravated assault charges for firing these 2 rounds in the direction of Relli, well, then you can go in a defamation case and say, it was damaging to my client Relli for Joe Tacopina to be saying that this was a lie. A jury found that it's not a lie, right? So it'd be a stronger case as far as the defamation action. So, Chloe, I agree. I don't like this term starter pistol. It makes it sound like, read the training wheels. Chloe says, oh, they're waving around my first Pew Pew by Fisher-Price. It does sound like that. Like the starter bike, training wheels. I have the exact same connotation come up when they say starter pistol. It's messing with me a little bit. Whew. So, oh boy. And I think they took a decent chunk of time to take a break here before the jury is brought back in. And that's the nice part about these replays is we get to skip ahead. There we go. That's a big chunk there, so... We'll get more. Joe Tacopina is going to be delivering these openings. And again, before we hit play, red, green, yellow, how is this looking for A$AP Rocky based on the prosecution's opening, right? So again, yellow would be you don't really know, green would be good for the defense, red would be bad for the defense. So do a little exercise in the chat. We've got first here, green from Sheriff Chuck. And again, personally, because I was coming into this with the outside impression that it's clear as day on video, he's guns blazing at this other guy, I was like, oh, this might be kind of red. But because I started in a position of red based on what I heard and not as a blank slate, I'm significantly in the green compared to where I started. So we've got a lot of greens going in the chat. Green, green, green. Green, green, green. We've got a Mireille. We've also got a Big Nick in the chat. Shout out to Big Nick Starro. And guys, we talked about other trials at the beginning. if you guys were interested in the CNN defamation trial, very interesting. Between the damages phase or the punitive damages, right? The jury gets to talk about two different monetary awards, compensatory, punitive. Before punitive, which didn't have a statutory cap, CNN's attorneys ran and they settled. They settled. They did not want the jury to pick a punitive damages number, right? So very, very interesting sentencing phase, or not sentencing, decision phase there in that civil action. Nick Starro had the attorney. Let's get the link there. Very, very cool interview. I can't talk about it yet because it's on my watch list, so I haven't actually gotten to see it. But I'm very interested in seeing that, because what an ending to a defamation case. Let's see. Okay, and Devin Friedman is the attorney's name. There we go. So let me link to this in the chat. Nick, I'm so glad you did that interview. Nick's interview with Devin Friedman. So that's in the chat there. And we've been talking a little bit about defamation trials here because of the civil action that ASAP Relli initiated against ASAP Rocky and Joe Tacopina, where he was represented by Camille Vasquez from the Johnny Depp trial. Lots of greens here. Green, green, green. And I'm okay with reds, you guys. I'm okay with reds. Yeah, Angela just says he's literally admitted that Relli started the fight and then continued to push Rocky. Lots of greens. Green, green. Oh, is this the, I think it's an Italian name. I saw Kathy Roussan post about this trial. Actually, I have your window open. You're calling it the celebrity hairdresser murder, which is a much more vanilla title for the YouTube title than what you're putting here. But Monica Cementilli. There we go. There we go. Oh, your thumbnail says cheating hussy murder trial. So you're trying to get around the YouTube red flags. Love that. Yeah, Solo Dove says green. This all seems so petty. There's way worse out here that graze knuckles. Now, let me be clear. I am not opposed to someone being charged for shooting at somebody just because they missed, right? Your intent could be the same. If you were shooting to kill, it doesn't matter to me if you missed. Thank God you missed, right? But at the same time, this type of knuckle injury is raising questions about the actual cause of the injury for me. That's why it's problematic. If this is truly a scenario where someone held a gun and fired across your knuckles just because it didn't kill you, I still say charge them, arrest them, charge them. But I have questions about that story actually being the way things happened. So I'm with you, and I think that's, you'd probably agree if you had more than, 140 something characters to write here. That girl Mia is out here sniping with the green. Now, does that mean, is this your vote for green? Love it. Thank you so much for gifting the membership, guys. If you got that membership, or if you just want to show love to that girl Mia has been part of this chat, now a collective for the next 3 weeks as we watch this ASAP Rocky trial. Show that girl Mia some love. This is super, super nice. Sheriff Chuck says, when an opening statement is highlighting how little evidence they have, you know it's a weak case. And I'm going to keep saying it. I really do appreciate that. Again, maybe the prosecutor doesn't know that it sounds bad to the majority of people watching. Maybe the jury is taking it in differently than the chat is, right? There could always be a difference. But I appreciate the prosecutor for not saying something just because it's not good for their case. And at the end, even though I'm sure he's hoping for a verdict that's in his favor, I do agree on plain face. You know, use your common sense, look at the evidence, and come out with a verdict that's fair and just, right? That might not end up in the result that the prosecution wants for, but on its face, that's the way it should be. So, what's going on with ASAP? You know, he's facing 2 felony charges of like aggravated assault for each of the 2 rounds that they recovered from the scene. When I say they, I mean the alleged victim himself went back an hour and a half after police responded to the area. Police didn't find the shell casing. and Relli finds at least one of the casings sitting right on top of the asphalt. So he's standing trial. He's being charged with firing those 2 rounds at Relli. We'll see how this plays out. So, let's see. Yeah, Ashley Linnell, this is the other question, and this is why I think Relli's testimony is going to be so critical. And it might be entertaining, it might be inconsistent, but whether someone's testimony is true or not, testimony is still evidence. The jury gets to weigh it. So if Relli says things that could close these gaps and the jury finds it credible, they could get there, you know? Relli says he had a real gun. Relli says he carried this specific type of weapon all the time. The jury could take that and take that as credible, and then you get your dots connected there. So, but I agree. I would also imagine if he knew, and this would explain why he was running. Relli is pursuing, in my opinion, Relli is pursuing ASAP Rocky. It's very similar, and I try not to compare cases, but it reminds me of Grace Jabari chasing Jonathan Majors and attacking him an entirely second time, 5 minutes after the first car incident that everybody heard about. You know, if you're so scared of somebody, if somebody's so dangerous, but you're the one chasing after them and initiating the contact again, initiating the aggression again, I have a problem as someone trying to weave through the facts of the case. This doesn't seem to add up to the scenario where I would say ASAP Rocky fired at somebody and would meet all the elements of the crime. Now, what's interesting is the defense is taking the stance of, you know, actual innocence. He didn't actually fire the rounds at all. They're not making the argument of he fired the rounds, but it was justified in self-defense, right? So the trial strategy here is going to be interesting. And just like Ashley's getting at, if he knew, this is a long-term friend. Relli's been friends with ASAP Rocky for a very long time, had some type of management roles. Very well could have been, if Rocky did carry these starter pistols, Relli would be one of the prime people to know that he carries a starter pistol and not a real firearm, right? Especially you're trying to arrange to meet outside where you're not in a venue with your security team. You're just out there with the other 2 ASAP collective friends, members. You know, they probably see each other more as friends than just artists that are working together, co-workers. So Relli would have been in the prime position to know that there was no actual firearm risk. Maybe he was a little scared when he saw a pocket knife get pulled out. Maybe the pocket knife thing is true, right? Lots of stuff here. Swipe loves the chat. We love the chat too. Nicola says, for me, it was all going well until Relli texts another friend about the money. Right. You've got that several hours. What was it, like 2, 3 in the morning, with a altercation that happened around 10:15, 10:17, 10:18. And according to Relli's own timestamps, his own story, we don't have surveillance footage recovered because during a preliminary hearing, I'm sure we'll hear the police officer testify at trial, they determined that the surveillance footage from this same like half an hour window where Relli's saying he went back to the scene, they didn't collect that footage because they didn't think it was relevant. But the police officer during the preliminary hearing said he didn't remember seeing these people on the camera during that time returning to the scene, right? We've got to wait for that to come out in this trial. But interesting timestamps, interesting timestamps. But then again, you do have to answer for the jury. Why did this 911 caller say there was a shooting? Why do we hear 2 noises on this recording? And there could be other explanations for it, of course, but we've got to give the jury something to work with. LS says the defense attorney needs to slow down his speech. I feel like I need this advice too. I'd be like, he's talking too fast. That's going to hurt him with the jury. And I've seen this. I watched it while I was working, so I'm going to see more details than I caught the first time around. But I was thinking, you know, Joe Tacopina, we're going to see how he stylistically delivers his opening arguments. And I think his type of lawyering could land really well with where this trial is taking place. But I don't think he'd do so well in like small town Kentucky type of courtroom where everybody knows each other. I think he might be looked at as a big shot lawyer that just represents guilty people, right? And that's an important consideration. But I think it works in the courtroom he's in. Nick Starro, this is so nice. And you guys are already saying thank you. Thank you so much in the chat. Nick Starro's here gifting 5 memberships. Making the chat green. We love to see it. Thank you so much for supporting the show. And let's see. Let's get some. Yeah, I see Jason saying thank you here. Thanks for the gifts. Show Nick some love in the chat. You know, we love Nick Starro. He covers a lot of cases that... He covers the big cases too. But he does cover a lot of cases that aren't getting platformed, you know, quite as much as some of the things that everybody's reacting to. And that's something I'm always going to appreciate about Nick. Let's see here. Raynette says they showed Relli back at the scene. He was alone and not with his girlfriend as he originally said. Joe said his girlfriend must be a ghost because she isn't in the footage. Yep, I can't wait for this, you guys. Let's get into it, you guys. I think I'm queued up. All right, it'll be like 1 second of this banner and we'll be into opening statements from Joe Tacopina.
Commitment arose for someone involved in the case. It was unexpected, but it did arise. Consequently, we will not be in session on Monday, but we will resume on Tuesday. So you're 3 days off. All right, so not in session Monday. We'll be here on Tuesday. All right, Mr. Selma is finished, and Mr. Tacopino, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. And that man is not Robert. That man's Relli, or you heard the name Relli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all of it. That the prosecution is going to rely on, he's the source of all the evidence. The 2 assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relli. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw, without his testimony, proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Relli in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you, come in. How it will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence. not some preconceived notion stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard,
This is entirely argument.
Overruled.
but just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the Judge Gray told you. And it means he is, in fact, innocent. Until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case. But it's a doubt that will cause you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case, at the end, will be the most important decision in the life of Rector Mayors and his family. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, the reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 was one jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides are not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determinations of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just in your everyday life experiences, you'll be the best jurors possible. There is no magic formula, there is no elixir, and as you now know, there is no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will package you this case. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, my name is Joe Tacopina, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel. I have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rocky Mayors, known globally as ASAP Rocky. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes, through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this is argument, is also irrelevant.
Objection!
What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven and are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises, I'll remember theirs. When we talk in a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
Same, Your Honor, the same objection.
You hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame. Overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent. Rocky is not only
I do want you to stick to what the evidence will show.
yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. As the district attorney put up the picture of his significant other.
Your Honor.
You got to get to the facts.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Relli on the other side, known as Relli. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relli presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. Source light that he's a recording artist and businessman. He flaunts a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
Your Honor, the same objection. None of this is evidence.
The evidence will show you this. None of this.
Objection, Your Honor. None of this is evidence. Joe Tacopina visibly shifts and goes, "The evidence will show you." Oh man, this is gonna be great.
There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that Relli flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab. Nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relli so he could funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. Because Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after he went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Relli is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. And the evidence will show you that Relli is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, and despite that oath, lies.
Now, this is where I would think the prosecution could have objected, and I don't know why they didn't. You have the defense attorney making a legal conclusion saying that the evidence will show that Relli is a blatant perjurer. You know, perjury isn't just calling someone a liar, it's a specific thing, right? You lie, two sworn statements contradict each other, you lie under oath, saying two different things. Why didn't the prosecution object to this?
The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is to this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relli and his credibility. Period. End of story. You will see, if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which set part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relli's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relli met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with Relli, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Relli through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relli, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relli is in this world. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relli's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relli embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relli's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death had passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom, ASAP Josh, and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but they didn't actually pay. And he was furious. furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident that you're all here to hear about, Relli told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm going to beat this nigga up." Now it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relli sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called Tacopina, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Langa and Janelle Phillips, you now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So, in order to address Relli's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, I think you saw a text from one of Relli's friends to Relli saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex Con." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages from both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relli, because Rocky had reached out to Relli to make plans to meet at his hotel, and you're going to learn, however, that Relli said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relli committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relli was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relli claims Rocky instigated, Relli, by the way, is twice the size of him, but we'll get to that. Relli claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relli who was the one looking for a fight. And you'll hear about Relli's day in the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened in that day. Independent of Rocky in that day. You'll hear Relli's claim that Rocky pressed the gun through his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relli's word for, we'll show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that just lies to brothers have a big story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relli approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relli who made the first physical contact. You're going to see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video there. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle. Again, you saw it. With Relli making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relli, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relli, but Relli pulling Rocky. The DA said, in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relli. You know who else said Relli was pulling Rocky? Relli said that. Relli in a statement. And when he watched the video, said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relli has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this videotape. And despite Relli's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, directed at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relli, again, physically much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause there for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relli's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relli seized on that.
Here we go.
And manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from me. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear that the object Relli alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rocky and tell you that. Not just 12B, multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, but it's a type of fake gun. It's used in prop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky.
So that's important, right? Using a starter gun that's used in music videos and movies, and without actually firing a live round, it can still make the noises that a gun would make. So, again, starting off at the beginning here, a question I would have as a juror is, well, if this wasn't a real gun, then how do you explain the shots? It sounds like 2 shots are fired. You need to address this stuff, and Joe's doing it.
He obviously, I think you all know by now, was a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was the victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today.
Your Honor, there's been no
Look at his head shake.
Rocky was advised by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. And by the way, folks, listen to this one.
Chloe with the Baldwin reference.
Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't need to hide a gun, carry a legal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relli, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had prop guns in it.
Rihanna.
The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relli on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Relli was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relli knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them.
There you go. There you go. I said it in the chat, but I really love, trials are about jury decisions, right? At the end of the day, if the jury isn't catching on to your arguments, it doesn't matter if you think the evidence is on your side or not. You've got to tell the story for the jury. You've got to make it digestible. You've got to anticipate that they're going to have certain questions of their own, right? And in this opening statement, it's so good. And you could see his, it's one thing to be smart and know how to deliver a statement, but the experience comes into play because while he's doing all of this, he also has the natural body language. And what I mean by that is when the prosecution objects to something, Tacopina gives off what seems like very natural body language as if to suggest intuitively that that objection was just ridiculous, right? And we've got him laying out all of these things. He carried this prop gun to scare off attackers, right? So now what's the jury? Personally, it might not be everybody. If I'm sitting on the jury, I'm going, yeah, because Relli looked like the attacker in that video. And he's giving enough of context for the jury to put the pieces together themselves. He's not saying Relli was the attacker. He's letting the jury make that conclusion based on what's been put in front of them so far. And I think that's extremely effective because humans can be arrogant. Humans can be egotistical. We like to be the people that came up with the idea ourselves. So you're just giving us the pieces, Joe, and you're letting us put it together. Oh, all of his friends. The prosecution told you that Relli and ASAP have been friends for like 18 years. All of his friends, all the people he worked with knew he carried this prop gun to ward off attackers, but it wasn't really real. He's letting the jury put these pieces together themselves. This is great lawyering, in my opinion. Again, I don't know if his delivery would work in a small town Kentucky setting where everybody knew each other. But this is LA Superior Court. I think this might be landing.
In fact, the evidence will show you that Relli not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me.
Hey, Dolly.
Knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Relli coming up.
Now we're going over the videos. So if you're not watching, we're back on screen with videos.
Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relli. You're going to see when he comes up, initially that's him, we all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, see if he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, Eleanor, please. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom.
Do you see that?
And then...
So I would not have seen this on a first playthrough, but now that he's freeze framing, you see this extra, like, this is not thickness explained by the natural shape of Rocky's torso or neckline. You can actually see the gap get filled with the motion of the arm. And I would not have noticed that without Joe Tacopina slowing this down if I just anchored in the prosecution's opening.
He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relli, yeah, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, oh, Rocky pushed him back. That's not what Relli said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relli pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relli was angry and out of control still. And he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those three guys, Rocky, Ills, and Schwelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those, but it was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there's a block, and then a walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around two corners. Around two corners, pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around two corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Schwelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that, although Relli claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relli not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, you're a crackhead. And told Schwelby, you live in the projects. You're not successful like me. And told Rocky, you're a bitch. So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relli's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you? Said the police to Relli. And you'll hear Relli's answer to the police. I don't know. That was the answer. I don't know. I promise you that answer doesn't change in the courtroom. That's what he said initially when asked. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, I didn't know why I followed them. Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that couldn't actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relli continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relli was so angry that he was ready to hit Schwelby, according to Relli. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relli. You'll learn that when Relli finally caught up with them around two corners, on the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked his kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about this, the evidence will show you Relli was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sound just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relli and protect Ills. Wrong. Relli didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry that you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12E, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming. Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12E said, I'll check on Ills, because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And Relli was pulling. You're going to hear about how Ills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess. So you'll hear a different story from Relli. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was a human shield. Evidence will show you that's just another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relli knew the prop gun couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relli wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, if you look carefully, and we'll show you, you'll see that Relli's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him, punching. And even after Rocky left the scene, that's important. Even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relli continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed to be shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking him. Not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound. There was a little box in the bottom that had sound. It would pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the roll. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, Relli goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. And I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear. But you can make some things out. But even Relli in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go into his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear, the evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Relli physically attacked Ills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. Again, you know this real leaders at the corner.
All right, so to everyone lurking in the bushes, we're about to have the video on screen again if you want to watch it as we're getting the characterization now from the defense attorneys. I do also, great comment here from Andre Cook, so how is this not a self-defense case as well? Now, with self-defense, that would be an affirmative defense. So for the defense attorneys to get together and say this is a strategy we're going to put forth, they're putting forth a claim of actual innocence. Rocky, there were no real rounds fired. There wasn't a real gun. Nobody was shooting at somebody to assault and or kill somebody. You know, he's not being charged with attempted murder. For self-defense, it would be an affirmative defense. They'd have to say, yes, ASAP Rocky did in fact, and it was ASAP Rocky, not anybody else there. It was ASAP Rocky that fired these rounds, and it was a real gun, and he fired them at Relli. But it was justified because X, Y, Z. Now, as a legal strategy, if you have enough there where you can create doubt on him being the one to fire at all, that might be strategically more sound than doing the affirmative defense, right? So that's why we're here. That's why we're here. It's a bit of a contradiction to try to argue both at once, because to make a self-defense argument, you're conceding that you did actually do the thing. Whereas here, Joe Tacopina is arguing, Rocky didn't even do the thing. So. Yeah, that was weird. They had sound before it was zoomed, but then this prosecutor removed the sound on the zoom-in replay.
There's Rocky.
That raised my
There's
eyebrows
Relli.
too.
Then Hills comes and he's following. You see him go right after Hills, Relli, and that's when Rocky fires the warning shots. And there's Hills on top. Relli on top of Hills, punching him. That's Hills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12, he's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Relli back after Hills. And then he goes away.
Now, what is this showing? What is this showing? This is no longer beef where Rocky's the attacker attacking Relli. Because Rocky's gone. And there's still an altercation occurring.
After he hits him again. Hills eventually caught up with 12 and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. We have the clips to play. Small ones, let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is them all being followed, upper right hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relli. 3 of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12, then Hills, and Relli's still coming hard. And you'll get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one.
Gary's switching from red lobsters to green dinosaurs.
Let's see if I can help here. Hold on, can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom,
Oh,
and he's going to get it.
all right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer, and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Selma can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just going to go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relli, and you get to see it later. Relli, big guy, on top of that little guy Hills, on top of him, not using him as a shield.
On top of him.
Go ahead.
He's so
There's
animated.
Relli, that's Hills down, and Relli on top of him. Look at him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip too? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relli continues his pursuit of Hills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Hills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Unfortunately, Rocky's attempt to scare off Relli didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relli continued his attack on Hills, and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relli returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. he attempted to fabricate evidence. You hear Relli's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings. And Rocky fired right there, picked them up, and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later. You will see that story fall apart so hard.
Here comes the water.
Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relli returned to the area, 7 police officers, like a SWAT, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Relli claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they were searching, and there's a surveillance video that you see here that captured Relli coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now? Well, it's not, we're playing or we're showing? Showing. So, this is where the police are.
We're back on screen again, guys.
Oh, this is back. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relli and Ills. Rocky's here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots.
They're giving him the pointer. Hold on.
Where?
Oh my god, the judge is funny. Okay, hold on. Let me move me and let me move this banner. Guys, look at the pointer stick just come out of nowhere from the judge.
Here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah. Very high tech, Your Honor. This is where the shots were.
Like, easy on the screen.
This is where the shots were discharged according to Relli, right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relli, since he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's the landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right here. And this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay.
He is still so close to the screen. Okay, if the cue stick, the pointer stick is like this, he's holding this stick like more than above center point. Because he's still standing so close to the screen anyway, even though he has his pointer in his hand. It's like when you're playing pool, like billiards, and you have to make a shot that's like super close to the bumper of the pool table, so you're like holding the cue stick like way towards the end to try to tap it. Like, just take a step back from the screen, bro.
That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is a big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see this well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing. Go back up again, guys. Down to the other one. This is that orange thing. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an hour later. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later, coming back.
So where's the girlfriend? Where's the girlfriend?
In the exact same spot at the... Go ahead up. The cops were searching with a flashlight. And the cops weren't there looking for... They didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings. Because...
He just jumped in.
They were called in for shots fired. So, what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere, and they were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments. no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot filled with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real ones, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still, they're going to ask you to believe Relli, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. They were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relli is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell casings an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't.
Unless she's a ghost. Now, what's the problem here, right? Relli has gone to the police. He's the one that brought in these shell casings. He probably made statements to the police. He testified, maybe in front of the grand jury. There are relics of statements that Relli has made, whether they're in text messages or, an official sworn statement. So if Relli were to try to come up with a solution, oh, well, why don't you see my girlfriend on the surveillance? Well, she drove me there, but she waited in the car. Well, if you told a different story to anybody else at some point further down the line, and Joe Tacopina is aware of all the discovery, at least what was turned over, Joe Tacopina might be holding this in his cards where he's going to set Relli up for saying something like, well, she was there, but she was in the car, that's why she's not on the surveillance. Oh, but didn't you tell on this day when you were speaking with Detective so-and-so, didn't you say that you and her were walking until maybe she pointed out the casing? So there's all these areas where, sure, Relli could come up with an explanation, but if his explanation that he gives on the stand during the course of this trial differs from something he said out of court somewhere else, it's going to be great ammunition for the defense.
Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Relli first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No.
Sent them to Rocky.
He said he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich. I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial story, shot. He miraculously recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police couldn't find. And he didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Relli committed perjury without those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Yeah, because itch and irritable is not very close. And when you're typing itch, sometimes it's both itch and irritable. It's just one line after the other.
All right, chat. Did you hear what he just said? There's a text message where, the defense is characterizing this word itch to mean I'm going to be rich, not itch. And seems like Relli was already trying to come up with a plausible explanation to explain that text message in a way that didn't make it seem like this was some type of extortion or play for a money grab. Oh, I wasn't saying I'm going to be itch to mean rich. I was going to be irritable. Seems like Relli, it's going to be great when he's on the stand, you guys. I will absolutely be live for it. I will screw my clients for the day. I'm not available. In the chat, you guys are saying that maybe tomorrow. He might be taking the stand tomorrow. So if that's the case, I'm free tomorrow. We can do it for sure. If not, if you see Relli's about to take the stand, just know I will get on a live stream ASAP, in seconds, to cover his testimony. Because it really seems like we're going to have a lot of inconsistencies and someone trying to retrofit their story with the actual facts, and it's not going to add up. And I love that. I love when the prosecution has a star witness and their star witness is a hot mess. Oh boy, guys. Oh boy. So, oh boy. Also, huge shout out here. Earlier, I don't want to miss this one because this is what I've had in mind. You know, where's this surveillance footage from, you know, the other camera angles? Are we going to get that? Where's the surveillance footage of the gas station, of the girlfriend? Chloe says, can we hire Relli to find the police reports and McDonald's surveillance tape? So a throwback here to the YSL trial. He seems really good at this, really good at finding things that the police don't do, right? And we already know, I thought that video clip where Tacopina shows us and he says we're going to look at the body cam footage, but you see the officers as they're responding to a shots fired call, which means they should be on cue to look for evidence of shots being fired. They're standing on that same sidewalk area where this altercation happened. And we know that Relli took this video, or maybe it's an actual photograph. It seems like it might be a screenshot from a video of the shell casing sitting right on the sidewalk, you know, not rolled away, hidden under something. So if the officers are all standing here looking in that same area, why don't they see an object on top of the sidewalk, plain as day, right? So either, again, the police really suck, or Relli's not telling the truth, and both of those things are helpful to the defense. Great commentary, great throwback here to the McDonald's footage that we're never going to get. And Chloe is always spot on, like, no damaged property, where are the defects? And I think this is important because, you know, it seems like Joe Tacopina, the way he's introducing this, the starter gun can actually make real sounds. It's supposed to sound like a real gun. It's used in music videos for that reason, right? All these use cases, it's normal. And you have a music artist carrying one. Well, we hear the sound in the video. We have a 911 caller calling in saying, you know, she thinks there may have been a shooting. We've got to explain these sounds. But at the same time, you've got to explain away someone saying that they found 2 casings. So yes, we heard something, but it wouldn't have left casings. And now this weird sudden appearance an hour and a half after the police canvassed the scene to have a casing show up. The only explanation could be that Relli brought this if the gun in question doesn't actually fire live rounds, right? So great question. Where are the property defects, right? Even if this grazed the knuckles, that bullet keeps going. Relli's also going to say 3 to 4 rounds were fired at him. Where's the damage to anything in the area? Where are the defects? If there are no defects, and we'll have to see what the cops testify to, if there are no defects, what argument does that help support? And Chloe also says he was not riddled, right? Relli himself was not riddled. These bullets are not lodged in him. These bullets are supposed to be somewhere else. He said 3 to 4 were fired. 3 to 4 were fired. 2 were recovered by Relli. Yeah, I don't know. Brooklyn says, will Relli play the I don't recall card? I don't know. Adventurin says, Relli, where is the watch? There's a lot here, you guys. There's a lot here. And it's funny to have this recall back over to the YSL trial. We've got some missing gaps, right? Either by the police or the prosecution. They seem to be skipping some big questions. But I don't want that comparison only to be made to the YSL trial. I think this is something that's pretty commonplace in courts all over the country for regular Joe and Jane Schmo defendants that are on trial. Or maybe just take a plea because they're scared to go to trial without a Joe Tacopina defense attorney, right? So when we make this comparison to the YSL trial, the ridiculousness of it all, just remember, like, regular people deal with this ridiculousness and they can't always afford the attorney to turn down a plea deal. And that's really the crazy part. So, another reference here, Ashley says Relli is down bad. Let's get into it. Let's see where we go here with Joe.
He testified at an early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Relli sent another message to his business partner, to Relli's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money. That's what was on his mind.
What?
Not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relli fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky. Right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relli didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. And of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Relli's text to Rocky texts him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text, though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Relli and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty said, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted about that. But of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what
Rocky's looking straightforward now.
After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that, need his money, as he said. When it didn't work, he said, okay, you better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Relli then went to the police 2 days later. 2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep the story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. And you saw that picture. The supposed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, attacking Hills. That did not feel good. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping the knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, and bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear that back off, way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous claim about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Relli at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. Ready? $30 million for the knuckle scrape. $30 million. Not my money. Not justice. Oh, he also claims that he has a permanent disability. Permanent disability from the knuckle scrape.
All right, chat. You heard that. So Joe Tacopina is saying that according to litigation from the civil suit, Relli is claiming permanent disability for the injuries that we saw on screen, the knuckle injury. the knuckle scrapes, as Joe Tacopina is putting it. And quite frankly, I kind of agree with that characterization. I'm not a medical expert, but that's what it looks like to me. What do you make of that? What do you make of that? Especially when the prosecution in their opening statement said, look, you're going to hear the defense is going to tell you about a civil trial. They're going to keep talking about a civil trial. They're going to say it's for payment, but you're not supposed to consider that. That's not what you're here to decide. But it goes to the witness's credibility, doesn't it?
He lies about almost everything in this case. He swore that he has a permanent disability. You're going to see an Instagram video of him, that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability. It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went for necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital. But not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said, you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Relli to go to the hospital for this criminal case. Do you think they're trying to build a case here? Is that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find one. And what else did the police not find after Relli turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around with them God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, didn't find Rockies on them. Because bullets, metal, catch prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, got prints going on that. Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently have no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who think to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean. And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were 9mm caliber. Because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relli claims to have recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing a 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levy, who will tell you, he will be here and testify why that is his. He also was licensed.
Look at the judge.
Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relli, that didn't have Rocky's fingerprints, that the police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets or whatever, most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relli said he found at the scene gave to the police. Completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, And the Relli shell casings that he claims to have found at the scene, that the police missed, were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Evans. This says SIG. Whoever. I can't see nothing now, so can you zoom back a little bit? SIG SAUGER or something like that. Sour. What's this? How does it say?
Luger.
What? Luger. SIG.
Okay, do you think that was strategic? Did you just hear what Joe Tacopina did? He asked for assistance reading what something says. Now, if you ask me, it's easier to read the Luger part, at least how the footage is coming through on the camera feed. It might be different in the court. He's telling us this says SIG. SIG Sauer. What does this say? Can anyone tell me what this says? And you hear a woman's voice, maybe the woman sitting near Rocky, say, Luger. It doesn't say the same thing. That had to be strategy. I think that was a play right there.
SAUGER or something like that. Sour. What's this? How does it say?
Luger.
What? Luger. SIG. SIG. SIG Luger. The ones at the scene are these from Relli. FC, which stands for
Federal cartridge.
Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house that belong to someone else who will testify here from Georgia. Those are the ones that Relli claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether. So much for that big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that, no. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just a magazine. Ooh, and I know different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, I mean falls, on the word and credibility of Relli, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims is gunshot wound, the video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of it, only. Because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job to win this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr.
Where's Kayla?
Every time he stood up in jury selection said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test, and you have to ask yourself that. Does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
No, this sounds like
Okay. The judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law at the end of this, what needs to be proved.
Thank you. Well, I made the objection. Is anything right?
And you were right too on that one. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proven. It's not even close. On either. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relli, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds. No evidence of actual gunfire is officer at the scene. No shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like pure argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints, no DNA linking Rocky to anything.
So no physical
And that's
evidence.
because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he was the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relli's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you, that I wouldn't be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all I mean, it's property, right?
You will see, the evidence will show you hard evidence of an extortion in this case, and perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up. The evidence will show you Relli's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in a civil case and gets money. Lots of money.
That's absolutely proper. The jury being
Relli's
instructed.
understanding.
Counsel continues
Stop.
to make whatever.
Stop. No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Relli's NDA from the start. You're going to hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, I mean, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do to this case for money. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is over. You'll see that Rocky Mayers, they said Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relli, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking a profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
I didn't hear. Read that.
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
It's our.
The evidence will show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success through passion, talent, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this fellow who will see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his payday. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today, I will ask at your hands for a verdict of not guilty for Rocky Mayers. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness.
All right, folks, I want to take a 10-minute break, and I want counsel to remain in place.
He's
We'll
about to
speak
yell
outside
at
the
counsel.
courtroom doors at 10 minutes before the
We'll see if we can
Please
hear
don't
it.
discuss the case. Amongst yourselves or anybody else.
Alright, so they're muting it. Look for, oh, there's a little closed caption. Alright, so they take a break. They're going to call their first witness. But I do think we get to see the judge speak to counsel a little bit, because it comes back pretty quickly. So we'll see. Alright, so we'll start where we see captions on the screen. I think the judge is being pretty strict on what they can show and what they cannot show. So the law and crime camera, they are cutting the feed off as soon as the judge gives any hint that we're going off camera. And I broke the YouTube. thought the counts were for each shell casing recovered, but I guess it's from different place and time. So they said first altercation in front of the parking garage, and then the second meet-up altercation around the corner right outside that intersection where they turned down the one street off Selma. All right, where are we at? We're at 40908. Let me refresh this because I broke it.
Make sure that he had
409. All right.
Explaining to me why you are making the objection. If you make an objection, I know why. So just state the objection, state the legal grounds, but don't explain to me why. Everybody on the same page?
yes, we are.
Okay, all right,
Something to put on his line on.
What?
Something to put on the record.
Does it relate to his opening statement?
It does. My co-counsel got up, he gave a legal opening statement. He did not give it. He didn't bring up areas that were outside of what he was supposed to discuss. Counsel got up, and he basically gave an argument sergeant. I know it, the court knows it, he knows it. The problem is, I don't think he cares, because basically, he just talks about whatever he wants to talk about.
Don't make aspersions.
I'm not making aspersions. I watched as he continued to argue one after the other. And I just want to make sure there were several things that he said about what the evidence is going to show. So, for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints, and there should have been bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know,
You need prints.
prints on the, excuse me, prints on the cases, prints on the bullets. They're not dead for witness on ballistics outside of that. He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and perjurer. Now here's the problem. Last time I checked, as he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow. It's absolutely improper. Had a prosecutor done that, can you imagine, just imagine for a moment, if we had gotten up and made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden without having brought it up to the court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a perjurer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? As the court remembers, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask is if there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear, you approach and you make sure you can do it. So, Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court, because he has basically decided, I'm going to say whatever I want about the victim, and I don't care whether it's going to be allowed by the court. And the problem is,
I see your point.
Okay.
Why are you telling me now?
Well, Your Honor, I objected during, why am I telling you this now? Very simply. I objected during his opening.
Right.
The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objectionable. The court said, I'm not going to stop somebody on opening.
I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who is making the opening statement, whether it's the people or the defense.
So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically and very simply. Defense counsel made certain allegations. He called the victim in this case a criminal and a perjurer.
I know I'm not going to do that. What I will remind them is nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of that. And that's the end of the issue now. Once the witnesses testify, if you think that there's an objectionable question, object.
All right, so if you're not looking at the screen, you can kind of see where the jury box is. They're zoomed out since the jury's not here. And you can see this is super tiny. It does look like the state, the people, and the defense are sitting like right in row with each other. There's clearly some distance between this prosecutor's chair and Tacopina, but they're really not that far apart. And then the jury's right here. Look at the podium. So all of that, like, body language, the jury's right there. The jury's right there. And half the chat thought it was funny. The other half is like, it's a little too much for me. Or, you know, there were some people that were like, it grew on me the second time I watched through it, right? But the jury only gets to see it one time. They're not repeating.
And if you're right, I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, one big dinner table.
Understood, Your
All
Honor.
right, let's take a break.
No.
No. No. No response is necessary.
Okay, all right.
So judge made his decision, didn't even want to hear from the defense on it. Prosecution was whining like they called him, you know, a liar and a perjurer, but again, we called it out here while we were watching it. Even though the prosecution objected several times during opening statements, they didn't object at the moments where Tacopina was sitting there calling Relli a perjurer. So why are you arguing that now? And the judge's decision is, I'll give the general instruction once again that attorney statements during opening is not evidence. So this judge is very stern. He's a bit harsh. He raises his voice, but I think it cuts across both sides pretty fairly so far. So I reserve my right to change my opinion on that if there's a reason. And then we're going to get a witness on the stand after another break. Before I jump over to it, very important here. If you guys are watching with like earphones in or something where you have your volume turned all the way up, we are getting a warning from Pretty Eyes that when the body cam is shown with this witness, it gets really, really loud, right? So on one hand, yay, we actually have audio on police body cam. Love that. Love the transparency. But it's going to be loud, so just gauge your volume on your own device as we get into this next witness, especially when they queue up the body cam. I'll try to give a reminder if I remember as soon as they're about to play it. But very good warning. Protect our ears. And, alright, it looks like we're really close to them jumping back in. Oh my god, Touche! No, I don't want to imagine! Guys, Touche says imagine love, if love was this close to the defense. And that's the thing, the jurors that did interviews said they didn't really like her kind of showboaty body language. And, you know, once or twice I think it was effective for Tacopina to, like, turn his body the way he did when he said certain things. But when you do things too much, it loses the effect. So even for me, it's like, knowing the jury's sitting right there, I feel like I would have been sitting there like, oh my god, this guy's spitting on me. So you gotta be cognizant of things like that. You know, the jury didn't like when Love was doing it, and they could very much feel the same way through and through about Joe Tacopina.
Direct examination is finished. We have to take a short break before cross-examination starts, so you're going to get another short
Yeah,
break.
back in April,
All
they
right,
did the police
first
raid.
witness.
If that fly manages to cross,
What?
if that fly manages to cross the area, do I have permission to remove him from the premises?
There's a fly
There's a fly that's been buzzing right around.
buzzing around you, or
Whoa.
Try a shower. Yeah, he's been all over here. So he's asked before if I have a shot at him, am I permitted to?
what do you plan on taking the shot at him with?
I'm gonna use it just.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you,
Get the
Ron.
first witness.
My first witness is Sergeant Thomas, Zizzo.
Alright, so they're calling Sergeant Thomas, and they're also asking to take a shot at the fly that's flying around the courtroom. Oh my god.
Raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Thank you. Please take a seat at the witness stand there.
He put the pointer away.
And please, thank you for adjusting the microphone and state and spell your name for
Sounds
the
like
record.
it's on. Right. Go ahead.
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name Zizzo, Zizzo.
Thank you.
So,
All right. Mr. Selma, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So would you start out by telling the jury who you work for?
Sure, I work for the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
And within the LAPD, what's your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Do you have a particular assignment within LAPD?
I do. I'm assigned to Southeast Area Patrol in the city of Watts. Well, part of the city is named Watts, and I work patrol there.
And prior to your assignment patrol in Southeast, were you assigned to a different station?
Yes, I was assigned to Hollywood area also in patrol.
You keep using the word patrol. Can you explain to the jurors what it means to be assigned to patrol within LAPD?
Sure. Well, patrol is the very basic function of law enforcement. If anybody were to call the police during an emergency, uniformed officers such as myself, as I'm in uniform now, would respond and meet with you and handle the emergency or respond to the emergency.
Drive around in a typical LAPD black and white patrol car?
Correct. Marked vehicle, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you working on Saturday night, November 6th, 2021, between 10 and 10:30 in the evening?
I was.
In the Hollywood division, are Saturday nights generally busier for law enforcement?
Yes, they are.
That night at around 10:20 p.m., did you respond to a 911 call?
I did.
Just so that the jury is clear, when you respond to a 911 call, can you explain to them exactly how it is you receive information from someone who would say call 911?
Sure, so it starts with the person calling for police service, and it could be anybody. They call, you call 911 for an emergency. It goes to a person who takes the call, receives the information from the caller, and then they pass that information on to a dispatcher who directly communicates with us. And then we get that information from them.
So when you're out in the field and you're receiving, and when you receive that information, do you receive that over your radio?
I do, yes.
When you're receiving information through the radio from a 911 call, is that really just a summary of the 911 call?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, do you recall the general area that you responded to at around 10:20?
I do. Selma Avenue, Argyle Avenue, that intersection, and also Selma and El Centro. They're separated by 1 block from each other.
Wait, you said Selma and Argyle and what?
And Selma and El Centro.
El Centro.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to mark my first exhibit, 1-page document with a map. It may be marked People's 1.
Does the defense have this?
I just waited for the exhibits with Mr. Tacopino.
All right, that's People's 1 for identification?
Yes, and if I can, Your Honor, I'll mark People's 2 at the same time.
What is it?
It's a satellite view photograph from Google of the same area generally depicted in People's 1. Okay. Sergeant, I'm showing you what I just marked as People's 1. I'm going to start broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that map?
I do.
Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on this map?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there somewhere. You can use that. Easier.
This intersection here. Selma being east-west, Argyle being north-south.
Does the court need to describe it any further if it's marked into it? Thank you. And you said you responded to Selma and El Centro, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to point out for the record that on People's 1, there is an icon of a firearm just meant for representative purposes, not displaying anything specifically. Okay. Showing you People's 2, does this appear to be the same? Does this appear to depict the same area that you just went over, Selma and Argyle and El Centro and Selma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to stick with People's 1. If you recall, what was the nature of the call that you initially responded to at that location?
It came out as a possible shooting had occurred.
Did it give any details about a particular area?
It indicated Selma and Argyle.
How familiar were you with that area of Selma and Argyle?
Oh, very familiar. I'd worked Hollywood several years prior to that date.
And I neglected to ask, but I should. How long have you worked for the LAPD?
It'll be 11 years this March.
And do you recall how long you were at Hollywood? Did you just say?
About 8 years.
8 years. Okay. If you recall, what were some of the buildings or businesses that were at that intersection of Argyle and Selma?
Sure. So, at the northeast corner here, there's a hotel, a recording studio, and a nightclub here, the Argyle. And across from that on the west side is an MTA bus depot turnaround, where MTA employees take their buses in and conduct their business. On the southwest corner here of Selma and Argyle is all residential. And then southeast corner here of Selma and Argyle, this is developing residential at the time, I believe.
Okay. Stick with the building where you described the bus terminal was. If you remember or recall, was there also residences above the bus depot?
That's correct.
And when you say residential, would that be like an apartment building?
Yes.
All right. And the southwest corner, that building that you described as residential, would that also have been an apartment building?
Yes.
The uniform that you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
This is a body-worn camera.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera that day, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I was.
How does that camera operate?
So, it's always in what we call standby mode. So, it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film only. And at the time you activate it through this button here, this circle, it'll capture the last 2 minutes of audio, video only, no audio, but the audio starts when you activate it. So you have a 2 minute, what we call buffer of video leading up to that activation where it's now both audio and video. So we activate that when we have public contact to capture the encounter or the incident. When we're responding to emergency calls, lights and sirens, we have it on before we even meet with anybody to document the response there. And then when the contact is over with and it's no longer needed, we just power it down by activating the same button.
Okay. Say you're working a typical shift, you record video on your camera, your shift is over. What do you do with the camera at the end of the day?
So at the end of the day, we have docking systems mounted in the hallway, and we mount these at the bottom. There's a connector where it charges the camera, and it also takes the video recorded from the camera and uploads it into our storage cloud, if you will, so it can be accessed later.
Are you able to access your videos later?
I am, yes.
Now, in anticipation of your testimony today, did you go back and re-watch your video from what would almost be almost 4 years ago?
Yes, I did.
That day, November 6, 2021, you said you were wearing a camera, but did you activate your camera in response to this specific call?
Yes, I did.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask Mark. My next exhibit, which is a DVD, has one video file. It could be marked as People's 3. And the video file that is on the DVD has an accompanying audio. It could be marked as People's 4.
You talking about the transcript?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, can you distribute the transcripts?
We have a second. Each other.
To talk with each other?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I think law and crime, like the second counter is still going. I think law and crime stream got funky. Let's see if it comes back. Okay, so I promise it's going, the seconds are counting up still. So I don't know what may have been missed by lawn camera's stream freezing up. Oh, and they go to like the little window here. Let's put it on, let's speed it up so we don't miss anything until we actually have a working feed. Okay, so both, yeah, so it's probably whatever camera was pulling the feed that had an issue with the feed. Okay, good to know. I thought it was me because I just dropped a link in the chat and I thought that that's what was doing it. And I was like, no, it's still running. The timer's still running. Let's go. Let's get Zizzo back up here. There we go.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript? Almost everybody has a transcript?
So BWC's body worn camera.
Missing one? All right, everybody has one, all 16 jurors? All right. Mr. Selma, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD.
So guys, if you're listening with like headphones right next to your eardrums, I think this is where they're going to start playing the body cam footage. I mean, it looks like it based on the, body cam footages. They usually have this identifier text at the top here. There is a loud beep that plays on body worn cameras when the audio starts recording. It is very loud. It is always very loud. Let's see. It was Pretty Eyes in the chat that I think pointed it out. Lower your volume. This would probably be a good time to lower your volume. So here we go.
Up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of a blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body-worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, that's P3 is the news.
Yes.
Correct. All right, I'm going to actually play the video all the way through, and then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions based on the video.
Okay.
So, starting it at 2 seconds.
And I don't know if it helps, but for a lot of streams, the left side of the sound is much quieter than the right side. So that's why I'm like taking the right side out, because the right side has the majority of the audio. Maybe that'll help you headphone users out there as well. Get to play a little Need for Speed.
Yeah, there's only one call, too.
Oh, yeah, just for 1606 Argyle, 1606 Argyle. Suspects were 2 on black, number 1 wearing a white t-shirt, red shorts, number 2 on black clothing, fired to unknown vehicle, none of the victims down. Suspects last seen on Selma towards El Centro. State 4245 9647.
Use your code 6 at Selma and El Centro.
16 Ray, Roger, Selma and El Centro.
To be fair, I do want
16 Roger.
to be fair.
What's the description?
Suspect, 2 on black, number 1 wearing a white shirt, red shorts, number 2 wearing all black clothing.
White shirt, red pants? Use 3-0, okay, should I make this for you?
16 3
Some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here at this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was 2 shots.
Okay.
Hold on. All right, chat. I need an assist. I'm gonna rewind. I'm sorry it's like quiet that I'm pausing it. We're gonna rewind and play that. He's stopping to ask somebody who's presumably like outside the driver's side window here, asking if they heard any shots, but I couldn't hear the answer. So maybe the attorney, the prosecutor will hone in on this, but what do you guys hear? Because that's kind of a little hard to decipher. Am I breaking the YouTube stream again? Well, we'll see. Let's let it load.
People are calling saying that there was a shooting over here at this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was 2 shots.
Okay.
It was 2 shots. But now it was down there. It was down there.
Yeah, use 3 Roger. I'm meeting with an MTA employee now at Selma Argyle northwest corner. He's advising he heard 2 shots in the area in the direction of Vista Del Mar and Selma. So yeah. Okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just 2 pops?
Yeah, just 2 pops. You know, I was sitting right there. I was sitting right there. I said, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, that sounds like a shot.
Yeah.
But, you know, it could have been one shot, but then that sound was happening. It did sound like that sound, but it was like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard 2, possibly could have been gunshots in that direction, which is by Vista Del Mar. And didn't hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that. No screaming, no tires screeching, anything. And we were on Selma to Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that snakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah.
100, this is Selma. You three follow up the scene as well. This is the parking lot next to the stop sign. You hear me shooting? I saw 4 dudes. I'm trying to get now, like 10 minutes ago. That's all I saw was the police. You remember what he was wearing?
Now that we've watched the entire video all the way through, do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
Do you see anything further?
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2, and if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
But at the beginning of the transcript on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, nothing, huh? Followed by, yeah, it was only one call, too. What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but if they had seen anything, they hadn't. And then the comment about one call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them, and they'll call and say that they heard or saw something. A lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's...
Okay, I hate that he characterized it this way, because fair enough, that could be one reason why you might get a false report or like misidentification, but that's definitely not the only explanation for a witness saying they heard or observed, saw, whatever, something that wasn't actually what was happening. So I don't know why we needed to contextualize it as having such a limited constraint when false reporting, accidentally or not, happens a lot more than it should.
It's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is. So they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, yeah, it was only one call, or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, I'm not so sure if this is going to be a real shooting call?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with all units, shooting just occurred. Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure, so this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, a clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there, the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body-worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my Code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that, prior to me activating it.
When you say Code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right, sorry. So Code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our Code 3 equipment. So.
Okay. Now, you said that second call comes out with information that there are potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro, and it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those anybody matching that description of those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Okay.
Rocky just did the nose wipe guy.
I believe on the recording you say, I'm Code 6 at Selma and El Centro. Can you just explain what Code 6 means?
Sure. We use these codes for brevity and clarity. It just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm Code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. So taking me back to that night, you received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay.
Right.
So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people to get to you, it's just not there at that time?
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, and you're not seeing these people, what do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus, the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to work with what we got, not with what we like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, I'd make it a point, well, obviously, to go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There are some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct, yeah.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro in Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible.
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
Okay. At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, the PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet. Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure, so prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reporting, that can be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to it, person reported. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. And incident 4245 is just the last four of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
Were you hoping to receive additional information from the reporting person? Is that your purpose in trying to meet with them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. There are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
Okay. When you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is, where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So
I'm going to stop you, Sergeant.
Sure.
Because when you say right here, we have to identify where you're pointing.
Sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually going to switch over to People's 2, this photograph. I'm going to zoom in to the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot.
Okay.
On the northwest corner.
And if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map, People's 1, just let me know.
So this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual parking lot on the northwest corner.
So are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car would have stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the end here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Okay. And so you drove your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
To the parking lot here in the northwest corner of Selma and Argyle.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles,
Where are the defects?
impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not know.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes.
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw two guys, and then the rest you can't hear on video. Okay. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide anything, he just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
So you talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder.
Now, let's pause on that. So he's asked to recall when he was speaking with the individual we heard the voice from off camera when he first started pulling up to the scene. That's when I paused and asked you guys in the chat, look, I can't really hear this. What do you guys hear? And you guys are like, I think he's saying 2 shots fired. A bunch of people said we heard the 2 shots fired. I heard it the second time around. You guys also mentioned that it was 2 guys fighting and perhaps one guy in red was the guy that fired the shots. Now, what did this officer just say? They said that that's where they ended their conversation with this person because it wasn't anything that was going to help with their investigation. But if you guys in the chat are hearing him say that the fight was between 2 individuals, not all 4, and at this point, the witness at least thinks they saw one of those 2 individuals, one of which was in a red hoodie, and we know one of the 4 was in a red hoodie, that wasn't ASAP Rocky, could have been the one that fired the 2 shots. Why do we dead the investigation and are probing into this witness there? Right? Isn't that a little weird? Let's see if YouTube does this buffer thing.
Guys, and then the rest you can't hear on video. But from watching the video, he said he saw 2 guys, and then the rest you can't hear on video. Okay. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide anything, he just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
So this officer is saying, from recollection, I can't hear anything else in the video, fair enough, but from my independent recollection, there's no other details he provided that could help us. But in the chat, you guys are saying you heard this red hoodie, 2 guys fighting. He only hears the 2 guys.
So you talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder, you talked to a resident at a building there. Fair to say none of them provided you details about this crime?
Correct.
At that point, did you know where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
How would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or characterize?
Yeah, how would you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire.
Hella mad excited utterance. I love the name change.
Would you say that you and your partners searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
I can't say that I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay.
All right, so another pause here, and we're going to zoom out and we're going to speak generally, right? If you guys have watched any other trials or followed any other trial, there's usually some degree of bolstering, sometimes a lot of bolstering on the work of the detectives, the way they talk about how they would characterize their investigation and their response. Here, we actually have a concession. This officer, Sergeant Zizzo, is saying, you know what, I can't say for certain that we wouldn't have missed a shell casing sitting on that ground, or 2 shell casings sitting on that ground. This time, I'm willing to concede that we did an incomplete. We might not have found everything. In other scenarios where different facts would help the prosecution, typically the attitude is, no, I mean, that's procedure. We followed everything. We got everything that was there. We talked to everyone that we could. We left no stone unturned. So, little switch up from what we're and again, that's zooming out, right? Maybe this is how this officer in particular testifies all the time. But zooming out, big picture. Yeah, Taylor says this dude is like, I did what I did, right? Oh, do I sound funny? Do I sound funny? I'll hit play. Let me check that I have the right microphone.
So, David, I have for Your Honor, the Estimate People's 5.
Okay, do I sound normal now? Do I sound normal? It was on the built-in microphone to my webcam. Very weird. So did it change midstream? All right. Okay. Let me know if it changed midstream, because I didn't do anything that should have triggered that change. But this morning, my computer did a Windows update, and before I started the stream, the computer, StreamYard, my NVIDIA broadcast, nothing was detecting my camera, and my camera has a built-in microphone that I don't use. So I had to uninstall it, reinstall it, go to my device manager, and make sure it recognized that there were hardware changes to get my camera working again before we started the stream. But very weird that it would change in the middle. So thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Because I've heard the microphone quality of this camera, it is not good. So thank you guys.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Yes.
Oh, good. What is the People's 5?
People's 5 is another map, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
It's a map. And it has...
objection to that last question.
Can we have the grounds with the objection?
Sure.
Read the question back, please.
Mention speculation.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street that you may have missed it?
Stay. As phrased.
In your experience working patrol, is it reasonable that sometimes you will respond to a shooting and miss certain evidence such as fired cartridge casing?
That's correct.
And if you miss a fired cartridge case, how is it that you could say, yeah, on that instance, I missed that piece of evidence or something like that?
You mean, how would I find out later?
Yes.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the light's up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's one way.
Has that happened in your career?
I have heard of that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it, typical that after a case is investigated by a patrol officer, it's passed on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now many people's five, the map, and it's annotated with 4 different colored arrows. If I may,
Yes.
Sergeant, the area of People's Five here, you've already described this to be the area that you responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the arrows generally reflect the path that you took as you were driving around in your patrol car as we watched it on the body worn video?
Yes.
So would you have started down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
Right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
Okay. And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct.
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Correct.
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Vista Del Mar?
Correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's very hard to see, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
All right, so they're going to do a sidebar. And then we'll get a little bit with Joe Tacopina doing cross. All right, so let me speak out loud in the chat. So, hella excited utterance is now hella mad excited utterance. I'm so excited to say that. I love that. There are times where I'm watching trials, I feel hella mad. So I think you'll be able to own this new name really, really well. But I also noticed, guys, Hella covers all sorts of trials, and usually from a really interesting perspective. Typically on Sundays, she does something called Hearsay for Days. And you guys heard me say, I love watching the reactions and how social commentary develops around a case as it gains traction, or if it doesn't gain traction at all. On Sundays, she does a specific program, usually Dolly Talk is a guest, sometimes potentially Criminal, as well as other guest panelists, where she takes a trial that's got some, momentum behind the social media coverage, the court of public opinion. And she looks at what people are saying, how people are, consuming news. Are they reporting, or are they regurgitating what they're hearing? Are they reflecting something accurate about the case? It's a really, really great program, especially since I'm interested in those things. With that being said, there's a link to her channel in the chat. But in particular, today she's going to be covering Idaho 4 and the Kohberger case. Now, I saw a bunch of bigger tweets and some headlines going on saying that the attorney, Brian Kohberger's attorney, in a hearing said, we really don't have that much of a case here. That's the big coverage, the top level coverage that I saw. Then I saw some smaller people that not in the media, not journalists. They're just avid trial watchers. They watched the hearings and they said, actually, here's a bullet point of very interesting things that happened. Things like missing physical evidence, things that would be very favorable for the defendant, Brian Kohberger. Those things didn't get the same type of initial coverage, especially from these bigger outlets. I'm going to throw Court TV under the bus in this one. Court TV has been very, very slanted in their coverage of the Idaho 4 trial. And it's one of those things where if you follow Court TV for your news and information on that trial, potentially you could be shocked with the trial outcome if your only filter is through Court TV. So I'm really excited to see that Hella Mad, Excited Utterance, is going to be looking at, kind of the discrepancy between the media coverage of the hearing that just happened last week and what actually went down at the hearing. And again, shout out to all the streamers, the content creators, including Hella, but I think I saw Emily D. Baker and maybe the lawyer when I see these streams combined, that's when thousands of people that watch trials, like you guys in the chat, you guys are able to watch the hearings in real time and hear the things that the bigger outlets aren't putting in headlines. They aren't really reporting on. They're leaving it out if they are reporting on the hearing at all. And because you guys are becoming sort of like an audience participant in the criminal justice system, watching things play out through hearings that are televised, I'm hoping that can move the needle and give some pushback to these outlets like Court TV that want to stay in business, but think that it's acceptable to pick a soundbite and ignore everything else, right? That's something I have a pet peeve gripe about. And Hella's out here. She's really going to digest that media, not just, I think you went through the hearing. You already looked at the hearing. But I love to see that you're specifically going to attack the media coverage and compare it to what actually happened. So let me get that link again. I had just dropped it in the chat, but I'll drop it again. I think I dropped her channel link, but this is going to be to the stream, and maybe we can redirect there since I think it'll line up nicely. But if you guys, if media coverage, if you have, follow her for the trial coverage as well. She also does a lot of like pre-trial motions. I know you guys like that stuff because I think that's how a lot of you found me. You saw me covering a document, not necessarily a live stream. So if you like trials in general, follow her for that. But especially if you like, hey, why is the coverage saying this, but this is a little bit different than how they're relaying it. Really, really good creator and community that she's built for that sort of thing. So, oh my God, my bad on the sound change. My bad on the sound change. So, and heck yeah, Taylor, I think you'll love it over there. I can picture you two chopping it up and both staring at the camera like, did this really just happen? So, there's that. Sorry again about that sound change. Gary Indianas is very interesting. I find this happens in far too many bigger outlet stories. And, you know, sometimes I don't know if it's just, maybe they're not following the case as thoroughly as they think they are. That's hard for me to give that excuse to someone like Court TV who's actually running a full stream start to finish when the hearings are able to be streamed, right? But some of the other outlets, I do think, you know, with the YSL trial, we saw nationwide coverage, major headlines the day that Brian Steele was held in contempt, right? Every outlet wanted to cover it. But at the same time, as a matter of pragmatics, I can kind of understand why these big outlets weren't dedicating resources to do daily coverage of this sort of thing, right? A 200-something day trial when you consider all the pre-trial stuff. But Court TV, I mean, they're literally streaming all of the hearings, so why can't they comment on more of the substance than just one little soundbite? I think that's weird. I think they deserve some criticism there, and hopefully Court TV will hear and adjust and do a little bit better if the audience gives them pressure. So that's why you guys are important. You put the pressure on, and I do think that the outlets eventually, if they want to survive, will listen, for better or for worse. Also want to give a big thank you to Just a Guy with a Welder and a Dream. Thank you for becoming a member and helping support these streams. In the chat, we're like, what do you weld? Tell us about your welding. So we're over here very interested in you telling us about things that I would probably be no good at. We would love to hear it. And also, Chloe Alberts-Revenge says, we've heard of instances where off-duty cops / detectives / retirees / chiefs will go back and evidence will reveal itself to them. You mean like that? Yeah, like if we didn't catch it the first time, we still made sure we went and found this mystery thing days and days later. Except in this scenario, it's the alleged victim that's got to go do that. So it's just kind of a weird... What we heard from Zizzo is kind of like the reverse of the bolstering that we typically hear from cops and detectives when they take the stand in trials. So exactly like this. This is exactly what I mean, Chloe. Thank you so much for the super. We're going to get into, what is this? We are 4 hours, 34 minutes. Let me timestamp in case you guys want to jump to cross-examination. It looks like Joe Tacopino is going to do cross. And I am interested, you guys were talking about it in the chat. You know, is Tacopino going to do all the cross-examinations? I think his style might be great for cops. His style was great during preliminary hearings with detectives. But I do wonder with some of the other like layperson witnesses, non-cops, non-law enforcement, if we'll see one of the other attorneys take on cross. A little bit less animated and aggressive might be the strategy play there. So But until then, we've got Joe Tacopina up on cross-examination of Sergeant Thomas Zizzo.
I'm going to go up to a certain part, Your Honor.
Say again?
I'm going to go up to a certain part. That's part you can break on. I think it should take us right to about 4.
Well, we have to break the floor.
Yeah, I'm saying. I might be a few minutes short of 4, but we'll give the world here. Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Just a couple things.
65-foot fire-breathing
This whole line of
dragon, what?
question About
Amazing.
the possibility that you may have missed something. Remember that line of questioning that the prosecutor asked you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not trained to miss something, you're trained to find things, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys, responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but
Really? Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did. I only saw 2 others, including myself. That's 3.
How about Brian Budics? You know him?
Kijovic? Yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Okay. Gerardo Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Lawson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
How about Adrian Rodriguez?
Don't remember seeing him.
And Jose Quintanilla?
Quintanilla? No, sir.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
So, anyway, there is camera footage of other officers, not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What was the first time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors? What was the first time you discussed that?
I mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there. Today?
Correct.
But it was the first time you discussed maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
Oh, this was in 2021.
Huh. And what's it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the first time since 2021, today is the first time we discussed with the prosecutors, oh, I may have missed something.
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case, was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone.
On Wednesday?
Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing
Okay.
to court.
So today's the first time you met with them?
Met with them in person, yes.
And the first time you discussed testimony was today?
Yes.
You didn't discuss on Wednesday?
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
You take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop for a second. You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a call for a shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look for that too?
Sure.
Because you didn't mention that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Do you take your duties as a law enforcement officer seriously, Sergeant?
I do.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability.
Correct.
And you do, in fact, the best to perform your police functions carefully.
Yes.
And you're a sergeant, right?
Yes.
I mean, very distinguished position, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you pay attention to detail, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you get called to a shooting scene. You guys have flashlights too, right?
Correct.
Searchlights. You know what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 p.m., you had received a report of shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and East Belmar.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body cameras, I think that was established, right?
Yes, sir.
And you reported that.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, fellow officers reported video as well.
Correct.
And you, in turn, reported your fellow officers' activity. Right. You exited your car around 10:31?
Can't independently recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Correct. Not if it's accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Delmar?
Yes.
And after exiting your car, you walked southbound on East Delmar?
Correct.
Towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes. And then you walked into that parking lot with all those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars that you found, right?
Not that we saw, no.
You were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam footage, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had your flashlight on.
Sure.
All right. And you saw from your body cam footage, other officers had their flashlights on.
Correct.
And at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of the vehicle with your flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on that red car?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were searching for signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damaged cars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, I think you said there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find that the person who made the call intentionally lied about it, right?
Right, like the false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody suffering from an illness.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be intentional lie, right?
Yes.
I love this. I love this. So Joe Tacopina is using the officer's testimony about, the general nature, general cautions that we have when we investigate things. We have caution because people call. People give false reports. Joe Tacopina, I think he's using this to put it in the jury's head over and over and over again. People lie. People get things wrong. People lie to the police. People call in things that didn't actually happen. Laying the groundwork so that way when they hear more about Relli, they're not sitting there going, why would somebody lie? I can't imagine people lying. They've already had it in their head, people lie. And people lie quite often. More than you would think.
And you'd agree that if someone misreports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find any evidence of it when you get there, right?
Right.
Now, your own body cam footage ended at 22:33:16, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remained on the scene after that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I've concluded what I need to do, and then I'm leaving.
Well,
The water.
and searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Exactly.
I don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body worn.
Okay, well, I'm going to help refresh your recollection right now. Okay. Who was that officer with that name that I mispronounced badly? Brian? You too. Okay.
Kijevix? Yeah.
Okay, Kijevix.
We'll call him Brian.
There's a J, a B, and an X all in there?
Right, yeah.
Okay. So, Brian.
Right.
Officer Brian.
Yes.
I want to show you the body cam footage that's been marked as defense exhibit.
All right. Protect your ears, guys. It might be loud again.
For identification.
Is there audio? There.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a transcript?
We don't need it. There's
All right.
stop the sound. We don't need the audio part portion of it. It's just
Lower your volume or pull an earbud out, guys. It might be loud.
What? Defense say?
thank you. Now, directing you to 22:35:50.
Wait, what is this?
20
On the
seconds
ground.
into this video. Hold on 1 second. Is that it? You good there? Yeah.
So this
So that's
is like
22, 35,
feet
50,
away
right?
from the shooting.
Yes.
Okay, and that's whatever.
10:35 p.m.
Thank you. 20 seconds into the video. Do you recognize yourself on?
I do.
Okay. So you did go to the street after the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And at that point, your body camera is off?
I can't remember if it's on or off, if there's an additional video you want me to watch, but again, this was 4 years ago.
No, I understand. That's what you talked about for the first time today with the prosecutor, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any of your body cam footage today when you talked about it for the first time, displaying what you're looking at?
My own video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing that part?
No, not this.
Right. I know you saw your video from before that we all saw, right? But you don't see any of your body cam footage showing this, right?
No.
Okay. But that is you, right?
It is, yes.
And that video truly and accurately reflects your activities during the search of the scene on November 6, 2021, correct?
Correct.
You are not off as defense exhibit A?
You already have it marked.
Offering
What- I'm
into
sorry, what are you
evidence.
doing?
I identified it, now I'm offering it. Offering it evidence.
It's evidence?
Yes, sir.
Your objections?
Evidence would not move something into evidence until the case is
That's
recorded.
true. There can be a motion to admit evidence at any time as long as there is a foundation and it's relevant and visible.
He identified.
Now, as to foundation or relevance?
No, I don't.
Defense A is admitted.
There you go. I don't know how the prosecution was trying to fight that, but they failed. And the judge seemed to like hint as much, like, it's not really, you can't really argue that. So,
Now,
it's
the
in.
screen shown there, sir, sure. Oh, you want a little camera screen there?
This is fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your
okay.
Honor, you're
Very
ruining my
small.
case.
Sure.
It's fine. Okay. Ding. We'll talk it ding.
All right. Well, we're going to have to recess now, sir.
Sure.
So we're going to come back on Tuesday.
Oh,
10:30.
dang, they left on this cliffhanger.
Thanks for coming in today.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow. I cannot wait for tomorrow. So when I was watching this, I had to leave. I didn't really catch the majority of his testimony. I think he got on the stand and then I had other things I had to do. And usually when I have to Zoom and share my screen, I'm not that comfortable quite yet having like things on the screen while I'm also going to be sharing my screen on the Zoom. So I missed that. I didn't know it ended like that. Yeah, definitely a cliffhanger. Chillmonger, friend of the channel. Love, love, love Chillmonger's channel. Chill is the only reason I know anything going on in like the Marvel DC universe. Also did great commentary on the Jonathan Majors trial. Chill, I really wish you would do some more commentary about these types of topics. You are so good at it. You call it like it is. You hold nothing back. Guys in the chat, if you're interested, and gals, especially the gals, if you're interested in anything Marvel, DC, you'll see some familiar faces over there. Aisha's always over there. I think Arbiko, I think you hang out in Chillmonger's chats too. So a lot of familiar faces. Go subscribe and bug him. Bug him to cover more trial content because he's really good at it. And he's super good at clipping. So we want more of that, Jill. We want more. The people want more. So there you go. There's Chillmonger's link in the chat. Again, super friend of the channel. Oh, I am so excited for tomorrow now. Like, I figured that we just got through this witness. He's still up there. He says that he didn't speak to the state about his testimony until today, and I agree. You know, they didn't want him to really have it in his head too much what they were going to be asking him about. So Taylor Umbridge says they did not tell him they would be talking about him possibly missing something until the day of. Like, yeah, bro, we're going to throw you under the bus and try to... Right? And this is the tug of war, and the roles are reversed. So in this case, the defense wants the cop to have done a very thorough, great job. Right? Typically, it's the other way. But in this case, the defense wants to make the argument to the jury that if a real gun was fired, and if those shell casings were there at 10:18, 10:30, the cops would have found them. The cops would have found defects in the vehicles. It was a full parking lot. And these rounds are getting fired off. Nothing has damage. The only thing we are aware of, possibly, is a grazed knuckle. So where did the bullets land? Why isn't there any defects found somewhere else? Right? The defense's theory is that the sound that a witness heard was the sound of a prop gun firing, because this prop gun sounds like a real gun, as it's supposed to when it's fired. And I'm wondering if the jury will get a demonstration of that. But on the flip side, now you have the prosecution poking holes in the quality and the completeness of the LAPD's investigation, of the way they cased the scene. It's the role reversal, and that's really, really interesting to see. And I do agree that Zizzo on the stand here seems a little bit caught off guard that the prosecution was asking him that. But also it seemed like at points like he thought Tacopino was trying to ask him a trick question, when I think Tacopino was very genuinely just asking flat out simple questions without any tricks behind them, because the real answers I think are helpful to the defense's case here. So really, really, really cool to see that role reversal. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, Arbico, yeah, definitely a nerd, so over there in Chills. All right, so Chill says no thanks, but no thanks, unless Chris Hemsworth has a dramatic divorce. All right, so if you hear that Chris Hemsworth has a dramatic divorce, guys, Chillmonger will be the place to follow that. Oh boy. Yep. And Taylor Umbridge says, how did he know they didn't find any casings? I hope they get into that. Yep, so I'm really excited to see the rest of this. This is going to be... I think this trial is going to be great. Obviously, there's like a slight entertainment factor, and, you know, this is apparently the son of Erica Girardi. I forget the middle name. You guys have said it in the chat several times. I'm trying to go back and find a comment from Jason with the full name. Yes, Erica Jane Giardi? I think it's Giardi, right? But from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. This is apparently, this officer is her son. So there you go. There you go. All this focus on Hollywood and Vine. And we've got Hollywood, like a first degree Hollywood connection there on the stand. Yeah, Raynette, I mean, I really think Relli filed a false report. I really think the more I watch, it was in my head. The defense did a good job putting it there, but certain things that the prosecution are doing are making it easier for me to get there. Watching the way the prosecution objected when Tacopino just moved to introduce and publish this exhibit, the body cam from one of the other officers, showing it looks like they're about to interview like a homeless person that was sleeping there and would presumably have heard everything that went down. If not seen it, they could have been outside, but at least they should have heard what was going on, right? And prosecution didn't want that coming in, but they didn't have an argument. It very much seemed like the objection, Your Honor, they're ruining my case type of panic moment for the prosecution. So, oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, Girardi. Oh man. So I don't know. Yeah, Raynette, I agree. The prosecution is trying to beat the defense to the punch, but it's backfiring. So if you ask me, I am green, and that could change. But again, we're in the prosecution's case in chief. They're presenting things that typically should be favorable to them. And I get that not every witness that a party calls might necessarily testify favorably. Sometimes you want to call the witness because you want to be the one to be able to direct examine and then do the redirect and kind of bookend their testimony. So their strategy, even if their testimony isn't going to be helpful to you, they might technically be on your witness list. It doesn't mean necessarily favorability. But here it really seems like they're trying to get ahead of the defense poking holes in the facts of the case. And again, the facts of the case, the physical evidence, first witness, we're hearing no defects, no shell casings recovered. right? So the physical evidence is so far removed from something that would convince me beyond a reasonable doubt that ASAP Rocky fired a real gun, right? And then I don't know if the jury's going to go back and play it, or if Joe Tacopina will probe into this a little bit more. But that audio where you guys are saying you heard, it was two people fighting, one of them was wearing a red hoodie. Is Joe going to probe into that? Because to me, that's very green as far as reasonable doubt, as if someone was doing something, it was someone other than ASAP Rocky, right? Another pathway to reasonable doubt. So, yeah, Taylor says the defense getting those bullet facts out first was a hard hit to the state. And there was an argument there, right? Before the jury was brought in, before opening statement started, you saw the prosecution, and it seems whiny in retrospect. Like, can you make sure they don't talk about certain things? Like, all right, whatever. So, wait, no, I'm not thinking this, FFS. Yeah, we've got for always, forever, for life, green. So guys, this traffic light time, are you like, based on day one, right? Knowing that there's more ahead, but just, did day one move the needle for you at all? Where are you? Are you green? Are you yellow? Are you red? Of course, reserving the right to change your mind with more evidence as it's presented. Because me, I am, for day one, I'm green. I'm green. So, also, speaking of green, shout out to Hella Mad for becoming Hella Green. Welcome back to the green. And Black Butterfly says the court clerk with the shades has me rolling. Me too, and like maybe that's something to like deal with lightness. Like maybe they had an eye exam or something. But at the same time, it's extra funny because you gotta wonder if this courtroom isn't typically streamed where thousands of people are going to be watching it. Maybe they're like, let me be incognito a little bit over here. And it's giving a great piece of entertainment. Lots of green in the chat. Lots of green. And I've seen criticism from the chat, right? So to say overall green, I mean, I think this is fair insight, In the chat, you guys have said, and Gary started red. Gary started with red lobsters. And now we're into the green amphibious emojis. Yeah, KH says we slime still with the green. There we go. Lots of greens. Chloe is super green. Is this like a bacteria emoji? Like a amoeba? I think that's what it is. Maybe I do need glasses. Some green. And again, we saw some red throughout. So very interesting to see us end with straight green from anyone that's participating in the chat right now. More green. I imagine, I don't know, probably a 12:30 Eastern start, because this is over in LA, that's Pacific time. Did Kathy give us any updates since earlier? Because I think they started on Friday at 12:30, and they thought there was court today, they were scheduled at 12:30 Eastern today. So, let's, I'll clear my calendar. I might be extra caffeinated tomorrow, you guys, because I've been getting up at like 5 in the morning doing work, because I'm like, I want to look at these openings, and I know I want to stream Relli. I'm going to try to stream the whole trial. There may be some days where we've got to do like an evening catch-up. But in the meantime, you guys, Taylor, you're covering this, right? I saw you doing Natalie Cochran today, but I think you've been streaming this as well. Classy Beats has been doing it. I think Pam Entertainment TV is streaming this as well, doing evening streams. Mocha is me. You guys know I love Mocha for her rants. She is doing weekend rewatches. So if you guys are busy during the week, Mocha is me is the place to go check it out. But yeah, tons of people streaming this. AV. And don't forget, Mel with I'm Not a Lawyer, but she's in the courtroom. Let me get her X, because nobody can ever find her on X because her name is spelled, it's like You've Got Mel, but I think she leaves the O out. Yeah, so if you guys want to find Mel, she's going to be in the courtroom. Her handle on X is you've got without the O, Mel. So if you want to look her up, that's how you can find her. Link is in the chat as well. But yeah, very, very exciting. She's down there in person doing it big. So with that being said, I'll be live tomorrow for whatever happens tomorrow. If there's a day where I can't do it, we'll do like an evening catch up. Other than that, this is so interesting and I didn't expect it. So I appreciate you guys all coming in, especially those of you who've watched it. You're saying that this is like your third time watching opening statements, but you're still catching details. For me, it's the same way. Obviously, I pay a bit more attention when I'm streaming because I'm not multitasking. But I did watch the opening statements, you know, about 2.5 times while doing other stuff. And there's still things that I didn't hear. I wasn't paying attention fully that I got to hear because we're doing the stream today. So really cool that you guys are so into it that you're like, we're going to watch it a third time. Let's see. Yeah, 10:30 Pacific, maybe they're starting, maybe 9. All right, so it could be flexible on the start time, but we'll start when I'll look for the law and crime stream and I'll set my stream around that time and we'll get going, you guys. Oh no, a new song. Shannon Alexander says, we're gonna need a new song later in the trial. We might have to get there. I've got to come up with some new lyrics. I'll leave select words out, guys. No worries on that one. One thing I did appreciate Viverito for, when it would have been time for Viverito, who could have crossed the line and read a certain word, she simply left it as racial expletive, right? So I'll be very careful in choosing the lyrics for the song for this case because Tacopino seems to be going there. And oh, is Flush doing ASAP Rocky? Hold on. The great thing about Flush of the Gods, you guys, is I know so many of you work and, you know, people are in different time zones too. That's another factor at play. But Flush of the Gods does a lot of, it's late night for me, right? It's like I'm on the East Coast. He starts his streams at like 9 p.m. Eastern. So that's really great if it fits your schedule better. Of course, you're going to see like all of your favorite faces from the chat. Chloe's been up in there with like straight up comedy. So make sure you're checking out Flesh of the Gods. But Flesh of the Gods will also like weave in additional context that you don't really see talked about in other places. He was really, really great. Something that I think distinguished him with his YSL trial coverage. Just this extra context that you're not finding easily, or it's not being brought in and like woven in a way that it relates to the happenings of that particular day. He's really, really good at that. Plus, he does all these animations that are great too. So tons of reasons to check Flesh of the Gods out as well. Yeah, Chill says she's a coward. Well, the thing is, I think like with Viverito, I feel like in real life, she might cross that line. But she pumped the brakes in the courtroom, right? For what it's worth. So, okay, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Let's see. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't see... Like, my brain doesn't compute it when I see that someone is going live. I always just assume it's within the next 24 hours. So, tomorrow, Flesh of the Gods will be doing, you know, a trial recap tomorrow. So... And Survivor Speaks. Hold on now. We've got one more and then we're going to get out of here. This stream is going to redirect over to Hella Mad Excited Utterance, who's going to be reacting to the media's wonderful coverage, fair coverage, complete coverage of the Idaho 4 trial. Again, I think media coverage is extremely important, and it's one of the reasons why it's so great to have a chat watching, you know, trials, things play out in the criminal justice system live, because I think a lot of people over the last few years, because of YouTube, because of chats, even because of platforms like Facebook and X and TikTok, have realized that you really cannot and are not getting the full picture based on how things are getting reported by the bigger outlet or the bigger journalist, right? There's more to it. So, all right, and Mixed Chick says Law and Crime has it scheduled for 11 a.m. tomorrow. So 8 a.m. Oh, wait. Reversed. Is this 11 a.m. Eastern? Or Yeah, so 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern. So I'll probably have this stream scheduled for 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. We'll match up. We'll go live when they go live. So 11:30. You guys will get the notification, okay? But Survivor Speaks has been doing, I'm so proud of Survivor Speaks. Survivor Speaks has grown so much in the last, really like a 30-day sprint here. You are well beyond the 3K mark, and you've done such a great job. I keep calling it the Naziah Harris case because I think that's what people recognize, but I do want to call it the Jarvis Butts case. Legally, it is the People versus Jarvis Butts. So he is the defendant. He is the one on trial. That is the story of a missing girl who, quite frankly, the evidence is pointing to grooming. Just a really sad case. And I know that's not easy to cover, and you've been doing a great job covering it. So applause all around for the coverage and for being able to do that. Certain things, I don't really think I could be on stream and talking about for hours. So in the chat, I think a lot of you are over there. Again, another content creator that has a great community that you guys will love if you love this chat. You'll see familiar faces. But if you're not already subscribed to Survivor Speaks, go ahead and do that before we close this one out. Let's see. All right, I'll get in touch with you, FFS, after this stream ends. Taylor, love having you chat side. It's always nice when we can do that and not be our, it's hard, right? When you're live and someone else is live, you can't hang out with them. So it's nice to have you here with us today. A big vouch here from For Always Forever for Life says, yes, I love Survivor Speaks channel. Me too. Love it over there. And with that being said, you guys, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll put the stream up for whatever time Law and Crime is going to start. And thanks for doing the little red light, green light thing, right? I think that's going to be a cool way to read sentiments in the chat without having to explain ourselves all the time. So there we go. Hit the like button on the way out. Thank you to the mods. Thanks for being here, and see you guys tomorrow. You guys all have a good one. Bye.